The time is now 9:01 p.m., Mr. President. You may call 9:01 a.m., and you may call the meeting to order.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It is just after 9 a.m. on November 18th, 2025, and we're calling the regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Let's start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on today's agenda. These instructions to participate these instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and also how to participate via Zoom. Just for the record, Supervisor Corzo has arrived at 9:02 a.m. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, then select Spanish language, and finally click done. At this time, I will ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable supervisors, Mr. Callagy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Niblin, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Buenos días, miembros del público. Les queremos dejar saber que las instrucciones para poder participar en la reunión de hoy se pueden encontrar en lo que es en el orden del día que ya ha sido publicado. Estas instrucciones le van a dar información de cómo presentar sus comentarios, tanto por escrito y por Zoom. Ahora, también les queremos dejar saber que se les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español. Para acceder al servicio de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono de un globo terráqueo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla y seleccione el idioma en español. Ahora, si usted está usando un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, busque el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación, luego seleccione el idioma español y por último, usted tendrá que hacer clic en done o listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for those instructions. We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May I have the roll call, please?
Supervisor Spear?
Here.
Supervisor Corzo?
Here.
Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
And President Canepa?
Here.
All present.
Great. We're now on to honoring the life of board member remarks. With that, are there any members who have honoring the life of or board member remarks?
I do.
Okay. Supervisor Mueller.
At this time, we'd like to remember Shirley Gibbs, a towering force of volunteering efforts in Pacifica who died at the age of 95. She's one of those figures in Pacifica who just shaped, really, you can see her fingerprints all over the community today in ways that are just incredible. She was a resident of Pacifica for nearly 70 years. She grew up near Oil City, Pennsylvania, and her mother died in childbirth while her father worked in the oil fields. She described her childhood as lonely, and it really motivated her to go out and build community. She made her way to the Bay Area after graduating from high school, where she met Chris Gibbs, who later became her husband. And they traveled the coast side regularly to visit friends, and finally settled in the Sharp Park neighborhood. She was a founding member of the Fog Fest committee. She served as president of the Oceana High School PTO. She sat on the San Mateo County Grand Jury, Civil Grand Jury, served on the California Park and Recreation Society, was a long-standing member of the Lions Club, and if there was something happening in Pacifica, she was there volunteering. She will be incredibly missed by the community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mueller. Supervisor Spear and then Supervisor Gaucher.
I would like to honor the life of Belva Davis, who was a trailblazing Bay Area journalist who reshaped local news. She died at the age of 92. As a young reporter at the 1964 Republican National Convention at the Cow Palace, she endured racist harassment that deepened rather than deterred her resolve. She later recalled being chased out of the room by people throwing debris at her. In 1966, she became the first black woman hired as a TV journalist on the West Coast when she joined KPIX TV. She served for 5 decades at KPIX, KRON, KQED, covered so many of the stories that were profoundly impacting our area, whether it was the free speech movement, the Black Panthers, Jonestown, the Moscone milk assassinations, and the AIDS crisis. Her memoir, Never in My Wildest Dreams, A Black Woman's Life in Journalism, traced a path from Jim Crow-era Louisiana and West Oakland housing projects to the anchor chair and national recognition. She was deeply loved and will remain one of the great journalists of our time. I'd also like to adjourn in the memory of Bill Green, who was originally from Philadelphia, started as a chemist, then became an attorney. He resided in Palo Alto for many years. He frequently did legal work for nonprofits and churches and refused to charge them. He served on the Palo Alto Planning Commission, chaired the Palo Alto Red Cross, was on the Board of Governors of the National Red Cross, and served on the National United Way Board. He also served on the board of Planned Parenthood Maramonte. He was a man with a giant heart and loved his community, jazz, and golf. Again, a great community leader. And finally, I would like to remind us of the loss of Congressman Leo Ryan 47 years ago today. Along with 911 people, many of them Bay Area residents, who were massacred in Jonestown. It was the first assassination of a U.S. congressman abroad, and he left, I think, a profound legacy and one that we should never forget.
Okay, Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes. Thank you. I'd like to just acknowledge the passing of Alice Wong. I want to take a moment to commemorate the life of Alice Wong, who passed away last week at the age of 51. I am proud to serve as a liaison for the Commission on Disabilities, and Mrs. Wong was a giant in the world of disability rights. Called a luminary of disability justice movement, Ms. Wong dedicated her life to justice and equity for everyone, disabled or not. She was a prominent activist for keeping people who lived with disabilities in the communities they lived in. She won the MacArthur Genius Grant in 2024 and worked hard to humanize those who live with disabilities. She will definitely be missed. Also, I'd like to acknowledge Paul Norris. He has not passed away, but he is retiring from the city of East Palo Alto as a police officer after 38 years. So he retires today. He was the longest serving employee of the city of East Palo Alto. He served in many roles, including field training officer, detective, and acting sergeant. Again, he retires today as the most senior employee of the city of East Palo Alto, leaving a legacy of sacrifice, courage, and dedication. I just want to wish my friend happy adventures on his next phase of life. And as I look at his history, he had a total of 40 years serving as an officer because he served 2 years in Richmond as well. I won't make it to the luncheon today, but I hope to be able to provide him with a proclamation in December. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. We'll move to public comments. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting. For matters that are listed on the consent agenda and for matters that are set for closed session, public comment will be limited to 1 minute today. I'll ask the clerk to start with public comments from those here in the chambers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have 3 speaker slips from chambers that we'll start with. Yvonne Ishman, followed by Mark Williams.
Good morning. My name is Yvonne Ishman, and I'm a part of the Environmental Justice League. And I
If you
am
could speak into
calling
the
to
mic,
draw
please.
your attention to the health impact of air quality in my community, on myself and my friends. A lot of my neighbors and my friends suffer from respiratory disorder, particularly asthma, and the poor air quality prevents us from going out and doing the things that we would like to do. And I also would like to say to have meetings at some of the senior centers because we can get there. But early in the morning is very, very difficult for most of us. It was difficult for me, but I know how important for you guys to see me. I have my monitor, so anything happens, it'll be okay. So please be considerate and let seniors also be a part of public comments and by coming to the senior centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
I'm sorry, which city does she live in? She mentioned an area. I'd like to know the area that you live in.
I live in the Richmond area.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Mark Williams, followed by Teresa Valles-Kelly.
Good morning, board. It's my first time here. Your building is beautiful. Wish we had this in Alameda County. My name is Mark Williams with the Environmental Justice League. Supervisor Corazon Mueller, seen my faces at the Bay Area Air Quality Management District a lot this year. We're coming out to the jurisdictions where board members are from to speak. I live in Oakland. I'm the chair of the Environmental Justice League Bay Area chapter. And as my friend Yvonne was saying, we're here because one, environmental justice, air quality are so important. The Air District is making rules, and when they make rules, we want them to know that when you're making rules, they're going to have an effect on someone's life. For example, there's talk of replacing gas appliances with electric. I own a home with gas appliances that cost thousands of dollars. When you make a decision like that, please take into account what that decision is going to have economically on someone's family. And also, I was able to bring some people here in the morning. You'll hear some people online, but coming out to the public is important. People can't always get off a job to come here and speak to you, so partnering with our organization coming out will be much appreciated. And I thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Teresa Valles-Kelly, and I am the Safe Routes to School Coordinator for the San Mateo County Office of Education. And I'm here today to speak about youth transportation safety and the need for updated regulations. Recently, I conducted an e-bike count at local schools. Actually, it was a bike count at local schools to understand what students are actually riding. And what we found was really eye-opening. Overwhelmingly, students are not on e-bikes, they're riding e-motos. So we, in this county, and I think across other counties too, we don't have an e-bike problem, we have an e-moto problem. The majority of the students are riding high-powered electric motos that look like bikes, some look like little motorcycles, and these machines can reach speeds that are far beyond what's safe on school routes, on sidewalks, on streets, and yet they're operated by young riders who we are working with to educate. We're working with to educate their parents, school administrators, helping support them, but we really do need some help around regulations on what's being sold in the county and what students are
Thank you.
riding, and I'm happy to help, so please reach out. Thank
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we can now take comments from Zoom. I don't have any other speaker cards. So we have 5 speakers on Zoom. We'll start with Catherine Carter, followed by Greg Dieguez. Catherine, please unmute and begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I'm one of the people, the President and the Supervisor Jackie Spire with other San Mateo supervisors are creatures of the people who framed the constitutions by right. Therefore, San Mateo Board of Supervisors are all in danger of maladministration due to Jackie Spire's unrebutted, presumptuous attempt to degrade the sovereign's rightful status by relabeling people sui juris to ambiguous misnomer boomers and MAGA with intent to usurp their authority to instruct government. The first 3 words of the California Constitution, we the people, indicate everything else, including government officials or subjects, in pursuance to these highest ranking 3 words. California Constitution Preamble, we the people of the state of California, grateful to Almighty God for our freedom in order to secure and perpetuate his blessings to establish this Constitution. Keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have one more speaker from Chambers. I apologize. Tina Flores.
Thank you so much. My name is Tina Flores. I'm an instructor for in-home support. I recently did a workshop with the in-home support providers, and my topic for that day was chemical sensitivity, and the chemical sensitivity recipients has quadrupled, and they're stuck in their homes, and they have to be very careful of when anyone comes into their home. So the environment is really having an effect on them, and it's having an effect on the providers and the recipients, because the recipients do not know a lot about chemical sensitivity, and it's just getting out of control. If we could start having meetings in the community to let people know how to resolve that issue. Thank you so much for all your work that you do.
Thank you. We'll now go back to comments from Zoom with Greg Dieguez, followed by Bruce. Greg, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm alerting the board of the MTC's impending Plan Bay Area 2050. 1 minute is not enough time to cover all the errors, inconsistencies, and flaws in 1,500 pages of plan documentation, but just quickly, projected population growth is 10 times higher than realistic, according to the State Demographic Resource Unit. Transit project costs are understated by 56%, given recent inflation, and the projected plan cost is still $1.5 trillion. The per person annual cost required to fund this plan is over $4,000 per person per year in the Bay Area. Funding this plan would cost each resident $100,000 over the 25-year plan horizon. Please prepare yourselves to hear more about the flaws, reject this plan, and require a realistic, cost-effective plan for our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Bruce, followed by Martin Fox. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd kind of like to break this thing down here, and some research is actually confirming is that the structure of the operating in San Mateo mirrors the historical Roman Frank-Norman administrative state of chain. The Roman pattern, centralized authority, rule by decree, bureaucracy, the Norman pattern, royal courts, appointed officers, central enforcement. Modern administrative pattern, rule by regulation, agency supremacy, NGO-driven policy making, and the displacement of local authority. In contrast, the founders explicitly grounded American liberty in the Saxon model, decentralized, jury-driven, community-based authority. Jefferson declared Americans adopted the Saxon form of government. Adams confirmed Saxon institutions were the foundation of liberty. Wilson rooted constitutional law in Anglo-Saxon custom. What we see in San Mateo is the exact opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Fox, followed by Sabrina. Martin, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Canova, my fellow veteran County Attorney Mr. Niblin, Supervisors Corso, Mueller, Gauthier, and County Executive Mr. Callaghy. Thank all of you for your service to the county. Please make the repeal of the Lanneman-Peters Short Act the very top county state legislative priority, and the defunding of Disability Rights California and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, who defend the immoral Lanneman-Peters Short Act, the top county federal legislative priority. The San Jose Mercury News front page article entitled "Care Courts Help is Limited, Few Referrals Have Entered Programs" reflects that Newsom's Care Court is not meeting expectations, and that was just a week ago. Although San Mateo County reported the greatest number of petitions per 100,000 residents of any of the 5 Bay Area counties, our county only produced a single treatment plan. Please make the immediate reintroduction and passage of the Lanneman-Peters Short Act's repeal a top county state legislative priority, and defunding Disability Rights California, the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, a top county federal legislative priority. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Sabrina, followed by Adriana Williams. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
My name is Sabrina. I come as one of the people, Surrey Jewish, and it was Corzo that incorrectly identified people as MAGA and boomers. We hold all political power in the California Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, and the U.S. Constitution's Amendments 9 and 10. You swore an oath that is required by Article 20, Section 3 of the California Constitution. You are bound by these oaths that are written in Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution and Article 3, Section 1 of the California Constitution affirms the United States Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Supreme power cannot dissolve itself. To swear an oath to God is to witness and is an act of religion. All law is neither derived or from it is either been derived from the consent of the people or established by necessity and conferred by custom or divine providence. Sheriff Corpus was duly elected by the people. A constitutional sheriff of San Mateo, Measure A was not passed lawfully with the true 85% of the people of the county as a whole. You are in malfeasance,
Thank you.
and may God have mercy on your souls.
Thank you. Mr. President, we do have 4 speakers. Would you like a final call at this time?
I would, thank you.
Members of the public, this is a final call for public comment. Please raise your hand at this time. Okay, final call has been made. The last 5 speakers, Adriana Williams, B. Hakola, Ben Anastasio, Sid Young, and Kamika Robinson. Adriana, please unmute and begin.
Hello, thank you for taking this time to speak with your constituents. My concern is having these meetings at this time of day. It's very inconvenient. I myself, I'm a person of color, I am Black, and I do not feel that our needs are being spoken to. Environmental racism is a real thing. I ask that you just not think of the now, but also for the future. I live in a city where, unfortunately, my father has kidney disease. He has asthma because he grew up in a city that had environmental racism, living close to freeways where exhaust, factories where there exhaust. We need to think about just not for the now, but also the future. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. B. Hakola, please unmute and begin.
Hello, I come today as one of the people, sui juris, reminding you again that we live in a constitutional republic. It appears you have not followed the Constitution in what you attempted to remove a sheriff, but did not actually do that because you did not follow the constitutional process. So you still have a sheriff with you, the proper sheriff, the actual sheriff. So you should acknowledge the actual sheriff that you could not remove unlawfully, and you should restore the proper constitutional framework that you should have. Remember that we operate under a constitutional structure. It should be a local, people-controlled county government, and you have allowed that to fall away. So please consider what you're doing. Remember, when you do unlawful acts, you're responsible.
Thank you.
Ben Anastasio, please unmute and begin.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ben Anastasio, and I work as a security officer at San Jose Airport. I am speaking on an item not on the agenda, but it's important for me to mention. I'm here to ask the board members to support responsible contracting. That includes CBA standards, things like affordable health care and guaranteed wage increases. These are the basic protections we get through a collective bargaining agreement, and they should be required from any contractor doing county work. Right now, many security officers working for the county don't have the same healthcare standards that union CBAs provide. Requiring contractors to meet CBA level of benefits would ensure workers can support their families and stay healthy enough to do this job well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sid Young, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors. I recently have been driving a friend who doesn't drive from the city down 280 to visit their friend in the VA hospital in Palo Alto. And I often haven't been driving that route, but now I have. And I noticed that the Father Junipero Serra statue is gone. And I read up on it, and it sounds like Caltrans took it away without any buyer leave from San Mateo County. And as long as I've lived here, it's been an icon on the freeway. And I was wondering if they've asked your permission to remove that in our county. And if not, would you be considering asking them to replace it with a similar type of a statue, perhaps of the Ramaytush or Ohlone tribes, to replace what they took away? Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Kamika Robinson. Please unmute and begin.
Good morning. My name is Kamika Robinson. I'm with Environmental Justice League. And so the health impacts of living in San Mateo County should not vary so drastically by neighborhood line. You can take a drive down El Camino Real, starting in Daly City, all the way to Millbrae, San Carlos, and you can see clear as day the disparities in the quality of life, the upkeep of the communities. And I feel as though prioritizing health protections, especially for families living near industrial or high traffic areas, it's not just a matter of fairness, but an investment into the county and the future of the county. It will provide healthier children, stronger communities, and a shared environment that supports every resident, not just the ones that live in by the ocean or live in the hills and shaded by the trees. And so please just take into consideration when decisions are centered around the families that are carrying the heaviest burden, the county becomes not just a beautiful place to live, but we become united. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. President, there is one additional hand we'll take, and that would be Art Blacksher. Please unmute Art and begin. Art Blacksher.
Hello.
Yes, thank you.
Hi. Yes, my name is Art Blackshear. I used to be a California delegate, a community leader, lifetime member of the NAACP, and I do a podcast.
Oh, Mr. Blacksher.
Black business round the table. To that end, I want to discuss the hardship of having people.
Mr. Blacksher, we're not getting much audio coming through.
Gas to electric. In addition to the economic, especially with what's going on in this country right now. So as you make your
Mr. Blacksher? Mr. Blacksher, can you hear us?
Thank you, Mr. Blacksher.
Sorry, Mr. Blacksher. Your audio isn't coming in very clearly. Okay. Apologies. We're gonna call that time, and unfortunately, we're not getting a clear audio. Okay, Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you very much. I want to thank all of you who've shared comments. We'll now take action to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda. Assuming there are no requested changes to the agenda, can I get a motion to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
We will begin with the agenda with presentations and awards. There are 4 presentations, starting with item 1, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating November 12th to the 18th as Community Foundation Week. Supervisor Mueller is sponsoring this item, and I'll ask him to please say some words to introduce this item and any speakers. Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, President Canepa. Good morning, everyone. Today, we proudly celebrate Community Foundation Week, a time to recognize the extraordinary work of our local community foundations and their unwavering commitment to the well-being of our residents. Here at the Board of Supervisors, we wanted to bring all of you here today to express our deep appreciation for your leadership, your innovation, and the compassion you bring to your work. Philanthropy at the local level has never been more important. We're confronting challenges shaped really it's a moment in history in our country, in our state. We haven't seen times like this where people are being targeted, funding's being cut. And at the local, it's overwhelming. And for the community foundations, for that philanthropic, for those involved in philanthropy to step forward and to help local government meet those needs and to step in and make sure that we're caring for every member of our community, we are incredibly grateful. The community foundations serve as trusted bridges between generous families, companies, and community-based organizations doing essential work on the ground. And we're honored today to recognize the Alliance of Silicon Valley Community Foundations, some of whom are here with us today, including the Bellhaven Community Fund, the Mavericks Community Fund, Palo Alto Community Fund, San Bruno Community Foundation, San Carlos Community Foundation, of course, the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, the Woodside Community Foundation, and the Downtown Menlo Fund. And there are many more who are doing this work. These organizations form a powerful network dedicated to understanding community needs and responding quickly, thoughtfully, and collaboratively. I also want to acknowledge the leaders who are joining us this morning. Of course, we have Nicole Taylor from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation. We have Lisa Grissom, Amber Storia, Linda Garvey, Irene Wong, Juanita Kraft, Marcia Bondurant, Moses Sapien, Xiao Vong, Will Aubin, Laura Milan, Marnie Footy, Deanna Otero, Pam Jones, Jessica Eng Lee, Julie Nguyen, Lisa Hatamia, and Jessica Eng Lima. We're very grateful for your work. It's incredibly challenging work. We're very appreciative to have you here with us today to celebrate this. As the need grows and the federal support declines, it's ever more important that we stand together, not just from a financial perspective, but in a standpoint of supporting the policy work, standing together to say that we're not going to allow these communities to be left behind and these issues to be forgotten. It's what shared responsibility looks like. It's what shared leadership looks like. At this time, I'd like to go ahead, and it's my pleasure to welcome Nicole Taylor, President and CEO of the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, to share more about the remarkable impact of community foundations and the power of continued partnership.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Mueller, and thank you to the entire Board of Supervisors. It's an honor to be here today. Community foundations have long been the force behind local philanthropy, as Supervisor Mueller has said, and we are often, though, not well known. So it is truly an honor to receive the proclamation today on behalf of my fellow community foundation leaders and colleagues serving San Mateo County, and to have our work recognized. As community foundations, we bring together donors, the private sector, nonprofits, and public sector partners to address the community's most pressing needs. And since 2024, our 8 foundations, the Bellhaven Community Development Fund, the Community Foundation of San Carlos, the Downtown Menlo Fund, the Mavericks Community Foundation, the Palo Alto Community Fund, San Bruno Community Foundation, Woodside Community Foundation, and the Silicon Valley Community Foundation, we have mobilized thousands of donors and invested more than $40 million into the nonprofits that serve the communities of our county. We also have a representative from the Latino Community Foundation here who resides in Redwood City, and they also support many nonprofits here in the county. We believe we are the heart of local philanthropy, connecting people who want to give with the communities that need it the most. And we work hand in hand with local governments to help turn shared goals into lasting impact for our communities. And with federal cuts looming, as Supervisor Mueller said, we know that it is critical that we continue these partnerships to help fill the gaps and protect vital services that keep our communities resilient and thriving. This recognition reminds us that lasting change happens when we lead together. So thank you for your partnership, your trust, and your shared commitment. to a stronger, more equitable San Mateo County for all who call this county home. Now, I know a few of my colleagues will also be making public comments. Thank you so much. It means a great deal.
Supervisor Mueller?
I can turn it over to you, President Canepa, for public
Are there
comment.
any colleagues who'd like to make any comments?
I will say thank you for all that you do for the Community Foundation. It means so much to all of our communities here. I know firsthand you've been a partner in so many things. As a former employee of the leadership group, I know the work that we did to try to transform and really attack the equity forward, really making sure those individuals who are often unseen are seen and have an opportunity. And also to the Latino Community Foundation, thank you again for all the work. There's so many people who are in the fight. We're fighting this together, but to be able to partner on policy is where it's really going to make a difference. So again, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for all your work. I look forward to continuing this partnership and really seeing the work come to fruition.
Any additional comments? Supervisor Corzo?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I think my colleagues have said it all. I also want to express my gratitude for the role of philanthropy in our community foundations. There are many, many just overwhelming issues that our community faces, and I do agree with Supervisor Gaucher that they are best confronted when we work together and when we learn from each other and when we focus resources on the right places. And I know how thoughtful our community foundations are about how they leverage the funds that they have to invest in our community. So thank you.
Supervisor Spear?
I just want to thank you all for your community engagement. I served on the Philanthropic Ventures Foundation board for over 25 years, and while they weren't mentioned here, they're a great contributor to San Mateo County and many of the programs that we hold dear.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank all of you. I mean, your work is it's extraordinary. It's incredible. You know, I'm always, the district I represent is the northern side, and I was amazed at the work that the San Bruno Community Foundation has really been able to do in light of a tragedy. And you think about the new rack and sort of the investments in the community, and many of you community foundations have done just that. So from the bottom of our hearts, I think we're appreciative, and I think in partnership we're stronger together. So I just really want to thank all of you for all your wonderful work. I think we have public comment right now.
We do, Mr. President. I do have one speaker card from Chambers from Jessica Englima from San Bruno Community Foundation.
Hello, my name is Jessica Englima, and I serve on the board of the San Bruno Community Foundation. And as you just heard from Supervisor Canepa, our foundation was created in the aftermath of the tragic 2010 gas pipeline explosion that devastated the Crestmore neighborhood. So we were charged with administering the $70 million restitution fund that the city received from PG&E for the long-term benefit of the San Bruno community. Over the past decade, we've invested more than $65 million in San Bruno, including $1.5 million in college scholarships, $2.7 million in smaller grants to local nonprofits, and nearly $62 million in major strategic initiatives. And the most significant, as you just heard, has been the $51 million to fund the construction of our new San Bruno Recreation and Aquatic Center. So we just wanted to invite you all to stop by and experience this new center for community in our town. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now we do have one comment, one hand raised from Zoom. So we'll take from Sabrina. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I just want to remind the Board of Supervisors that we, the people, hold all political power, and that when you're having these private partners come in with you, they are your agents, and they are also bound by the constitutions, and the constitutions are the supreme law of the land. You are treating this whole thing of this illusion of equality but then treating people in special classes is not equality. You are violating the Ralph Act. And you also have labeled people MAGA, Supervisor Corzo, which violates the Ralph Act as well, because political parties are protected classes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a final call at this time for public comment. Okay, our last speaker will be Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you for the time. For over 1,000 years, two competing systems of governance has shaped the Western world. On one side is the Saxon model, the direct ancestor of American liberty. It is decentralized, local, consent-based, and built on community assemblies, elected local officers, independent juries, and the principles that power rises from the people upward. And I just wanted to thank you for mentioning civil grand juries early on to let the people know that there is such a system. This is the model the founders explicitly embraced. Jefferson said Americans had adopted the Saxon form of government. Adams traced our rights to Saxon institutions. Wilson taught that the Anglo-Saxon customs formed the groundwork of constitutional
Thank you very much.
law.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Right, yes.
So I just wanted to before we ended, say to Diana, I'm sorry I didn't mention the Latino Community Foundation in my initial marks. And it's one of those moments as a political, you read the list in front of you. The work of the Latino Community Foundation is extraordinary, and we're very grateful for all that you do throughout not only our county but the valley.
Great. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, at this time I'd like to go ahead and move the item forward.
Second.
Okay, great. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Item 2 is a presentation of a proclamation designating November 14th, 2025 as Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Supervisor Gaucher is the sponsor for this item, and I will ask her to introduce the item and any speakers. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you so very much. This is the first time that Ruby Bridges Day has been recognized by San Mateo County since 2020. I'm excited that we're honoring Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day today, which took place last Friday, November 14th. I was excited that I was able to walk with some students, and as we walked along the street, there was one little girl who I saw walking by herself, so I stood by her and asked if I could walk with her. She told me her name and her age, and she was 6 years old. And as I walked with her, I said, "Do you realize you're the same age as Ruby Bridges as she walked into that school?" So it was really a pleasure to gather with Ravenswood School District, and I know we will be hearing from Teresa Baez, as well as Deborah Carlino a little later. But again, this day makes a world of difference. Watching all the sea of purple, and we will have a video, I believe, to show everyone here about the Walk on Friday. Is that video ready to go?
Welcome to our 4th annual Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. It is a reminder of a community committed to action and service of community, courage, and justice.
If you can see the vision,
then walk like Ruby Bridges.
I said, if you can see the vision,
then walk like Ruby Bridges.
Just at 6 years old, she walked into a classroom and made a difference.
Her enthusiasm, her support from her family, wanting her to go to school, she walked through all of that and left a legacy for us. Ruby Bridges was truly inspirational.
And today, it is so important that we continue that legacy, that you're able to walk to school on your own, but more importantly, that you have the resources and the skills and the support that you need to be successful in school.
Honoring Ruby Bridges today reminds me of how fortunate all of our students are able to walk down the block to their neighborhood school.
That's right.
Where they are surrounded by the adults who truly care about them. From our educators, our parents, our elected officials, our police department, we are invested in our students. This is a reminder, this walk is a symbolic walk to ensure that we remain committed as a community to ensure every student feels seen, safe, and inspired.
You can see the vision.
Then walk like Ruby Bridges.
I said, if you can see the vision,
then walk like Ruby Bridges.
Thank you so much. It was a party walking down the street. Why do we honor Ruby Bridges Day? In 1960, at the age of 6, Ruby walked into a school and made history when she helped integrate William Frantz Elementary School in New Orleans. It's so important that we maintain the legacy of Ruby Bridges here in San Mateo County, that our students have the resources, skills, and safe routes to walk into school ready to learn, that we invest in infrastructure to get parents and students out of their cars and into the community, whether walking, biking, or scootering. I'm thrilled to welcome Teresa Baez Kelly, who is the Safe Routes to School Coordinator at San Mateo County Office of Education, and Deborah Carlino, the South San Francisco teacher who established Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day right here in San Mateo County. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. In 2018, a remarkable group of 5th graders in South San Francisco were so inspired by Ruby's courage that they asked their school board to create a day in her honor. I happened to be at that school board meeting, and as I listened to their presentation, I thought this would make an amazing walk to school day. My team and I met with those students and teacher, and with the support from AAA and Safe Routes to School programs across the country, Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day was born. What started in one classroom has grown into a national movement. Ruby showed that even the smallest person can spark powerful change, and her bravery continues to capture the imagination of students across the country. This year, hundreds of thousands of children in states across the country walk to celebrate her legacy. So I want to thank you for recognizing Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, and a special thank you to Supervisor Gaucher for sponsoring this resolution. And this morning, I have the pleasure of introducing the person who encouraged and supported those students from the very beginning, their former teacher, Mrs. Carlino.
Motion. Thank you for your continued support for Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, a day of gratitude for Ruby Bridges and her friends who vastly improved our country, as well as a day that celebrates the power of a child. In 2018, one of my fifth grade scholars asked a question, do we have a day for Ruby? And in learning there wasn't a day, they collected signatures and persisted to create a day for Ruby. And look how far we've come. Ruby wants her day to be a day of dialogue where children come together to envision how they would like the world to improve this world. I challenge them to take small actions with the help of grown-ups, such as yourselves, to create those changes. For the grown-ups, that's us, I challenge us to spend every November 14th looking at the world through the eyes of a child, through the eyes of Ruby. What can we do to make the world a better place? Mrs. Barbara Henry, Ruby's teacher, is very proud of you and of our children, and she recently shared these words with me. On this important 65th anniversary, an historic day for Ruby and for me, to have been given the charge to do something so special, I am thrilled to have this moment to offer you a similar opportunity to do what you can to honor this day in an act of loving kindness. Know that people like you have made our world brighter than it was, and now it is your very important turn in a world that needs your help. Thank you to each of you, and go Ruby.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, are there any comments?
I just have a brief one. I actually met Ruby Bridges, and the Norman Rockwell poster, which the picture of Ruby here identifies. What's powerful about that poster, and what we can't forget, is that in 1960, she was the first African American in Louisiana, New Orleans, to integrate a school at the age of 6. But the only way she was able to do it was because 2 U.S. Marshals walked her into that school. So a history lesson for all of us, and one that, again, we shouldn't forget.
Thank you. Thank you. Any additional comments? Yeah, Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. As a former school board member, Ruby Bridges Day has been one of my very, very favorite days. It's beautiful to see the community it builds, and for the little ones, it's beautiful to see them really learning and understanding and celebrating history, while also recognizing that they are capable of making history themselves. And I was really touched by Supervisor Gaucher's story of that little one that she got to chat with. That's beautiful, so thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller.
It's just awesome. There's just no other way to describe it. It's just awesome. It's kids getting to actually take a little piece of history, which was huge, and experience it and remember it that way. So thank you for keeping this on, keeping this going as a tradition in our county, and making an impact in these kids' lives, bringing history and that moment in history, which was so incredibly important. And also, thank you for Supervisor Spear for reminding us those marshals walked her in. How important it is that we have a federal government that's going to walk that little girl in.
Right.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just really want to thank Supervisor Gaucher for bringing this forth, and the South San Francisco Unified School District, and under your leadership, thank you for listening to our young people. It's important that we listen to young voices, because young voices really drive change, right? And so just thank you for your work and the good work, and it's great to be on a board where positive things are happening, recognizing people who are doing amazing things in our community. So thank you very much. We will go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one speaker card from Chambers, and then we'll go to Zoom. Mr. Larry Moody.
Morning, President Canepa, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Larry Moody. I come here as an alumni parent of the Ravenswood City School District. 3 of my 4 sons actually went through Ravenswood and graduated from Ravenswood and are thriving. One of the things that occurred, I want to celebrate Supervisor Gaucher for bringing that back to the Ravenswood School District once again, and really to lift the Ruby walk experience up, not only throughout the county, but certainly in the East Palo Alto community, right? Because one of the things that occurred, and I had the pleasure of participating in the walk, there were so many families and parents who never knew the story, right? And they were hearing the story for the first time. And the beauty of the walk was that as they were hearing the story and they received much of the information, they were able to share that information with their sons and daughters while we were on that walk. So kudos to the leadership of bringing that, starting in South City and bringing that to the San Mateo County. I really benefited from it. Thank you.
Ms. Moody.
Thank you. Now we'll go to comments from Zoom. We have one hand raised for Sabrina. Would you like me to make a final call at this time, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay, final call at this time for item number 2 for Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day. Okay, our last 2 speakers will be Sabrina and Biha Kola. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come to you as one of the people, as stated declared in the California Constitution, Article 2, Section 1. And I wonder if you actually teach the California Constitution in school more than just one day. That it covers so much. Do these students even know anything about what your oath is? That when you swear that oath, it's a call to God as a witness, as an act of religion? Do they know that about de facto laws, where you passed it in California Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, when you basically replaced the sheriff without an election, and then you selected one without the right of the people? Do they know that they have the power, hold all political power?
This doesn't sound relevant to the topic, but I defer.
Mr. President, I would note that when we
It
take
is
these
relevant
comments,
because it is education, and what we teach you, and I reclaim my
Hold
time.
on one second.
I was just going to note that when we take these comments, they are supposed to relate to the subject matter of the particular.
It is related to the subject matter.
We have a period of public comment that's available for people who want to make comment generally. This is supposed to be tightly connected to the subject matter.
There's 5 seconds left, guys.
Yeah, so, so there's 5 seconds left. To the speakers, let's just focus on the item that's before us. If your comments reflect that item, we could move forward, but we can't move forward with talking about an item that isn't agendized. So with that, 5 seconds left. Please speak.
The education is fundamental, and it is part of what you're supposed to be teaching them in school.
Thank
and
you
you're
very much.
neglecting that.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Okay. We'll now go to Bruce, or I'm sorry, Biha Kola. Please unmute and begin.
I come to you as one of the people, sui juris. As a former retired teacher, I believe that it's necessary to have safety in the schools, and this education and safety in the schools can best be achieved by following the laws of the land and establishing that the inherent rights, that is our God-given rights, which reside within the people and are above and in higher regard than government, as government was only later created. It's important that we value these inherent rights and the preservation of those individual rights. And as far as education is concerned, absolutely we need to educate on those individual rights and how our Constitution was established. Because knowing how the Constitution was established and what was the intent of our founders is instrumental in maintaining our constitutional republic.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. President, we do have one additional hand for Bruce, though we made the final call.
Why don't we go on Supervisor Gaucher? Bring it back to you.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we accept this proclamation honoring Ruby Bridge Walk to School Day.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
colleagues. We are now on to item 3. Item 3 is a proclamation designating November 18th, 2025 as In-Home Support Services Provider Day. I have the privilege of introducing this item. IHSS providers are the backbone of care for thousands of seniors and people with disabilities here in San Mateo County. Their work allows residents to live safely and independently at home while saving taxpayers millions of dollars by reducing the need for costly institutional care. These caregivers, many of whom are women of color and immigrants, carry out physically and emotionally demanding work that often goes unseen, even as they face financial challenges of their own. Their compassion, skill, and dedication support everything from daily tasks to complex personal care, helping clients maintain dignity, stability, and quality of life. National Family Caregivers Month reminds us to honor the essential role these caregivers play in strengthening our community. Today, the Board of Supervisors reaffirms its commitment to protecting IHSS and ensuring providers have their support, resources, and respect they deserve. By declaring November 18th, 2025 as In-Home Support Services Providers Day, we recognize their invaluable contributions and the profound difference they make in the lives of our seniors and residents with disabilities. With that, I'd like to welcome Chris McGilvery and some other members with the SEIU Local 2015 to make some brief remarks and to accept the proclamation. Chris.
Thank you for recognizing us today. Before I introduce Marvin Hendricks, our executive board member, to say a few words, I just want to say, as an in-home a provider myself who takes care of my dad who had a stroke in 2022, that providers make the ultimate sacrifice every day. We sacrifice something more valuable than any dollar amount, silver or gold. We sacrifice the most important thing a person has on this earth. We sacrifice our time to care for others. And with that being said, I would like to introduce Mr. Marvin Hendricks, Executive Board Member, and someone who's been a provider for over 20 years.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Marvin Hendricks. I'm an Executive Board Member. I've been a home care provider for over 39 years. It'll be 40 years the next year in January. Esteemed colleagues and supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to serve in the IHSS program. Working alongside you and supporting the people who rely on our care has been a true honor. I deeply appreciate the trust and place in us and the dedication each you bring to this important work. Next year, as we enter our bargaining for our providers in San Mateo County, we look forward to partnering with you and to continue lifting up our workplace and ensuring dignity and respect for all who serve. Thank you for your continued support and for all being an essential part of this vital mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just one last thing. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors. You guys also make a huge sacrifice being public officials that represent San Mateo County members. You also sacrifice your time to make sure the people of San Mateo County needs are met before your own, and their families are put first before your own. So thank you for the sacrifice you make for your county.
Thank you very much, Chris. Are there any comments from the board? Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. My mom was a caregiver as well, and took care of a great friend of the family, and honestly someone who became family to us until her very, very last day. And I know how hard that work is, and I know how vulnerable the folks that you take care of are, and how much they depend on you to help them have a dignified life in their times of need. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that really challenging work. I have never been a caregiver myself, but I did one day help a friend when her caregiver wasn't able to be there. And it was really hard. It was really hard. And so I know the work that you do isn't always the flashiest, but it is complete. Like you literally take care of the most vulnerable, period. There's no one else more vulnerable than the folks you take care of. So I want to thank you for that. And also want to give a quick invitation. I am the liaison to the Public Authority Commission, and we want to have more voices of caregivers on that space. It's actually a commission that we restarted. It had kind of gone away for a while, but it is for folks who need caregivers and also caregivers themselves. So I'll have my team reach out to you, but thank you so much for being here. And I honestly, I'll speak for my whole board when I say, like, we are really honored to be able to honor you and your work. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments? Supervisor Shea.
I would just say thank you for your work. I know that the work that you do allows so many to live with dignity and grace and stay rooted in their homes while they age in place and live out the rest of their life. That is so important. I have family, I have residents now who are looking for individuals that will allow that to happen. I've seen individuals go into long-term care and their one request is, I want to go home. So I want to, again, thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you. All right. Should we go to public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so at this time I'd like to ask members of the public to raise their hand for item 3 for In-Home Support Services Day. No hands raised. Actually, we do have one hand raised for Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yeah, I'm just curious, is this like all union, big union stuff, pension funds and everything? That's what it sounds like. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. It's my honor to move approval of this proclamation. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Motion made by President Canepa and a second, very close, but I'll take it from Supervisor Spear. Roll call, Supervisor Spear.
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo.
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah.
Supervisor Gaucher. And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you so much. We move on to item 4. Item 4 is a presentation on exploring fire service consolidation in San Mateo County. I asked for this item to be agendized today. Across San Mateo County, our fire agencies respond to increasingly complex emergencies, from wildfires to medical calls, and we owe it to our communities to explore models that improve reliability, coordination, and efficiency. The goal of this effort isn't to take anything away from the incredible work our firefighters already do. It's about asking whether a more unified system can make us stronger with faster response times, shared resources, consistent training, and better support for the men and women who put their lives on the line every day. Cities and fire districts are facing staffing challenges, rising service demands, and budget pressures. If we can reduce duplication, modernize operations, and expand capacity, then we should understand what that could mean for the safety of every neighborhood in this county. This is the beginning of an honest, transparent conversation driven by data, community input, and the expertise of our fire service professionals. Today is about exploring possibilities and ensuring San Mateo County remains prepared, resilient, and unified in the face of future emergencies. With that, I'd like to welcome Andrew Martinez to lead us through this presentation. Mr. Martinez.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you. Executive. Let's see. All right, so we're here to discuss San Mateo County and how we could build a stronger, more unified fire service model. Our goal is to explore a consolidation of fire agencies so that we can provide enhanced public safety, improve operations, and reduce system-wide inefficiencies. Today's purpose: across the county, each agency currently operates independently. While each agency does an exceptional job, the system as a whole is fragmented. These silos result in inconsistencies, duplications, and barriers that limit our ability to collaborate. Oh, sorry. Are you clicking it for me? Thank you. Sorry. Some of the current challenges. Right now, training standards, communication platforms, and procedures differ from agency to agency. This creates gaps in coordination, particularly during large multi-agency incidents. We also have duplicated administrative and overhead functions like HR, training, and fleet maintenance. We also have, this fragmentation results in uneven service levels from one community to the next. The advantages of consolidation. As a consolidated model, this could address these challenges directly. We could deliver more consistent service levels across communities, ensuring quality and emergency response countywide. Coordination during these major incidents would be stronger and faster, simply because all personnel would be trained and equipped, operating under the same standards. Other counties and our own San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department have demonstrated that consolidation can streamline training, reduce redundancies, and create cleaner lines of authority. System-wide, we could unify hiring, training, procurement, fleet management, and over time, this would create operational and fiscal efficiencies that are very difficult to achieve in a fragmented system. One of the asks is of this major component would be to build out a regional training center. This facility would ensure consistent, safety-focused training for every fire agency in the county. It would also strengthen recruitment by offering modern, state-of-the-art training opportunities that support long-term career development. With a single facility, we can support long-term career development. With this single facility, we can also support firefighters, EMS, rescue operation, and all hazard fire response training under one roof. This is a foundational investment in standardizing skills, improving safety, and building a future-ready fire service. The key stakeholders for consolidation would be Local 2400. For over 50 years, we have maintained a long-standing support for exploring a unified model. The fire chiefs and management teams are essential partners who will help evaluate operational needs and efficiencies. The fire boards and the city councils have expressed interest but need more data, specifically around finances, operations, and long-term sustainability. The study gives everyone the information they need to make informed decisions. The next steps. What we're asking for today is the board and the county executive pay $30,000 to support a formal feasibility study to evaluate whether a countywide JPA using the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department model would serve the residents more effectively and efficiently than the current structure. Local 2400 will contribute up to $30,000 in matching funds towards a feasibility study. It will examine fiscal impacts, operational improvements, and long-term planning needs without presupposing any particular outcome. The scope includes three major focus areas: countywide consolidation options, the development of a regional training center, and the evaluation of countywide dispatch and communication center. I want to thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Just so colleagues know, this is an informational item today. There's no action. Are there any comments for Mr. Martinez? Supervisor Spear.
Actually, not a comment for Mr. Martinez. Mr. Niblin, is it not the case that each of the cities have this authority, and to move on this particular proposal would have to require all the cities to want to do that? I don't see why we would do a study unless it was something that was generated from the grassroots up.
You're certainly correct, Supervisor, about kind of where the authority lies. Whether a study is warranted, of course, that would be within your collective discretion. But you're absolutely correct with respect to the authority.
Through the county attorney, that would not preclude us to, in terms of funding the study, we could fund the study certainly through a supplemental, through Measure K, or through other sources. Correct?
That's true, Mr. President.
Thank you, Supervisor Mueller.
So we have the special districts as well. So we have there are some, like Menlo Atherton is a special district. I am curious, Supervisor Canepa, prior to bringing this item, did you do any outreach to any of the cities or special districts on it?
No, in fact, Supervisor Mueller, I had not. What I had really wanted to do was to really spur this conversation. I thought, since you represented the firefighters and the leadership of the board had worked in consolidated districts, I thought that they could provide for us initial insights. And then what my hope was, just sort of feeling the temperature of the board, was then to go to those districts. This item is purely informational, but I really wanted to see it from a firefighter's lens, because they're the people who day in and day out go to these calls. And so that was sort of my thinking initially. And then from there, depending on where the board was deciding whether to do extensive outreach. But this, as you could tell, this is sort of a exploratory phase. Yes, Supervisor Corso.
Thank you for providing that background. I want to name that the San Mateo Local 2400 actually is the consolidated district in all of my district, and I was told ahead of time that this item would be placed on the agenda. I was a little unclear about how that came to be, and I didn't see the presentation until yesterday. But I want to just name that it definitely felt like it wasn't the normal protocol that we would go through when requesting funds from the large pot of Measure K. And I was not involved in placing this on the agenda or developing it. I did get a chance to connect with Andy here before this meeting, of course. But I too have just, I think this is worth thinking about, but not without knowing that there's been some pretty clear outreach to the current districts, because it's a complicated endeavor to begin on. So I just wanted to share that context with the rest of the board so you all are aware of what my involvement has been so far. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to give you a little bit more thought on it, Andy had approached me, and he had said, "Look, this is something where the union is looking into, and we want to make sure that we do it right. We want to make sure that it was data driven." And I think the importance of this, I think, in consideration is as we move forward. I don't know if they're landing on consolidation. They may be. Things may change. They have a study that's going to be done, probably with or without us. But I think at the end of the day, I think what they wanted to do was to inform the board of what's going on, and then work from there to really understand sort of what the data point is in moving forward with a potential plan. So I think, to me, in bringing this forward, is really sort of exploratory. And then from there, as you can imagine, you can't make a decision in a vacuum. You just can't. So there are a lot of other stakeholders that are part of this process, and look forward to including them. But I just think when there is a group of people that come to you that represent the firefighters themselves, it's something I take very seriously, and I just wanted to acknowledge and recognize them. That's why I brought them today before the board with what their proposal was and some of the issues that they were considering. Supervisor Boucher?
No, thank you for being here. I know you and I have had a conversation as well. I still have a few questions, and I think before we can get to the actual study, we'd like to hear from everybody as well, so that it is a transparent process. What does consolidation mean? How does it impact community? Does it result in better service? Those are some of the questions as well. And when we're talking about consolidation as well, who are those other organizations that will be consolidated, and how are they thinking and how are they feeling as well? So if we could get just a little bit more information, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, our main focus is 2,400, the departments that are affected by 2,400. But yeah, without data, we can't, I think the data would help drive the narrative. This has been talked about for years and years and years, and we just continue for over 50 years. 2,400 has been around. So we're just trying to move the needle a little bit and open some eyes, and, hopefully through this study, we could get some data that would help our city leaders make a decision one way or the other.
Great. Are there any additional comments?
So what I would support on this is moving forward with the subcommittee to go ahead, reach out to the different city stakeholders and the special districts, bring them all together, talk about it, try to put some framing around what that study might look like. Out of that, we can go ahead and bring it back to the board to go ahead and take a look at what came out of that process. If all of the cities tell us this is a non-starter from their management, then I think that's going to be a pretty that's information that the board should have before they put money toward it. And I think it's probably information you guys want to have too. So I think I would say, why don't we go ahead, put a subcommittee together, and then have a convening of all the various stakeholders.
Okay. Is everyone in agreement with that? Yes. All right, good. Can we go to public comment?
Sure, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from Chambers, so at this time I'll ask those on Zoom to click raise hand. We're on item number 4 for the fire service consolidation presentation. We have 5 hands raised, so I will start with Sid Young. And would you like a final call after Sid?
A final call right now. Yeah.
Okay, so we will take a final call at this time. Those on Zoom, please click raise hand at this time. Final call has been made, and we have 6 speakers, the last one being Catherine Carter. Sid Young, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. A decade ago, I was involved in a recall effort to get rid of some Coastside Fire Protection District Board of Directors who were trying to bring in the old union. And we have CAL FIRE here on the coast side. They are a contract service similar to the sheriff's. And they serve the entire coast side. They provide cliff rescue. They have saved us millions. And they've built us, in the process of building us our second fire station without even having to do a bond for the taxpayers. So this is a turf war between unions, and I'm not in favor of it. We are very happy with CAL FIRE, and it was a dirty fight. They even intimidated all of the people gathering signatures at the shopping centers, etc. So please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Ann Schneider, followed by Bruce. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Ann Schneider, Millbrae. The city of Millbrae for a while received additional funding because we had a training center at Station 37. I believe portion of that went back down to San Mateo, and that impacted the city's ability to fund its fire department. We are also a stepchild under Central County Fire Department, whereas we do not serve on that combined board. And in fact, have been told one of the reasons is because Millbrae is not like Burlingame and Hillsborough. This has nothing to do with the firefighters themselves. The service is fantastic. But when you start talking about the structure and how to be equitable across cities, especially the smaller cities, that's an issue. The other thing that has always been missing in this county, especially for cities like mine, where I live, is the impact of regional entities, both San Francisco Airport and SFPUC under CAL FIRE. So you really need to be looking at SFO and SFPUC when you do this. Good luck.
Thank you. Bruce, followed by Bihacola. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yeah, this sounds like a bad idea. It sounds to me like another form of, taking away from the small operations and centralizing it into one big operation. And, typically what happens there is you end up with ineffective smaller operations because, there seems to always be friction, people waiting for this and waiting for an answer to that. So I'm going to advise you to go no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Bihacola, please unmute and begin. Oops, 1 second.
So, sorry.
Oh, not yet. We have a few more. Bihacola, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I just saw the unmute button. Again, I'm coming as one of the people looking or listening to you discuss this model, decentralized, so as to be more, I think a decentralized model would probably fit your needs better, as it would be more quickly available for fire and other emergencies in various areas. So I would assume that the people, if you would ask them, would vote for a more decentralized model rather than centralized. The second item to think of would be fiscal responsibility. If things are working now, and seeing as your county is $25 billion in debt right now, do you want to extend more funds on something that's probably not in the right direction?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go to Sabrina, followed by our last speaker, Catherine Carter. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Yes.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm coming with one of the people, surrogates who hold all political power. I did want to remind that the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, it says that the people have the right to instruct their representative, petition government for redress of grievances, and assemble freely to consult the common good. It is a constitutional right. My concern is like, where are you getting the money to do all this in these studies, and how economically sound is that when the state of California has a $25 billion debt? And do these unions even know that there is also over $1 trillion debts if they're tied into PERS and STIRS? And if there is this union fight, it's better that this not be a centralized government control of anything. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our last speaker, Catherine Carter. Catherine, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I'm Catherine Carter, one of the people's jurists, and having had personal experience with this, before you do one $30,000 survey that has biased information in it, I highly recommend you have town halls sufficient for enough people to come and give their input. Because our fire department went through a similar thing and found out they actually reported this, that they were asked to boost the figures with dog catcher stats. So the data, I'd be very, very leery of that. And I commend every one of you who want to find out what the people want. Please do the town hall thing. That puts it back in the hands of the people. Sui juris problems. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, so I'm thinking of this a little bit more because it does involve a great part of my district in the unincorporated areas of the county and also the coast side. What I think we should probably do, or what I would suggest, is that staff would come back to us with recommendation of how to form a subcommittee, what that process would look like, and what stakeholders would be involved in that process should the board decide to go forward. But in that way, we will all have buy-in because this affects all of our districts. And to just send 2 people out as a subcommittee on something this big, the end result, unless there's the end result of what that subcommittee does, the rest of the board may say, well, wait a second, why didn't you do this or why didn't you do that? So I think there should probably be some buy-in in what that process and subcommittee is tasked with, and the stakeholders will be involved.
Supervisor Corso.
Go ahead. Mr. President, I really think that we are not recognizing that fire service is very personal to the residents of a community. And for us to somehow even engage in a study is going to offend a lot of our communities. So I think the better act would be for the union to reach out to these various cities and see if there's interest in consolidation. And, you know, part of your, I think, message would be it would save money if that is in fact the case. But I think this is a problem that doesn't exist. And until we have buy-in from the cities and the unincorporated areas, I think we've got lots of other issues that we need to be dealing with, and we haven't even gotten to the agenda yet today.
Okay. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I wanted to just be fully transparent here. Because Local 2400 is the fire district in basically 100% of my district, I want to name that, like, I had conversations about this, but I agree with you, Supervisor Spear. I asked Andy and Local 2400 to do that outreach, and it sounds like that still hasn't happened. And I think what happened is that Supervisor Canepa decided to put this item on the agenda as our president. And I want to just be really honest that if there were a subcommittee, I would likely need to be on it. And I will be hopefully president next year, and there's a lot of things that I will be managing. And I would still want Local 2400 or Supervisor Canepa, because he put this on the agenda and has expressed interest in it, to lead doing all of that outreach. I think it's still worthy of being done, but I want us to be mindful of how much time and resources we put into it through the county, and you know, asking staff to do a bunch of research is okay as long as it isn't like super time consuming for them. So I just want to be really honest about that from my perspective.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. You know, the genesis of all of this is just I think the beginning of the conversation, right? So when you look at other counties, Contra Costa County, that they manage fire services in Contra Costa County. You look at Sonoma County, they do the same. So this isn't something that is foreign. This is something that is being implemented. You look in the state of Washington, there are counties that have these county services, that they provide county fire services. What I found in government over the last 17 years, when you take on these big issues, and this is a big issue, there are people who stake certain points, right, in terms of the spectrum. You see it on the dais, and that's fine. I think what's important is as we move forward collaboratively. We have the JPB board, which you've been working with in concert. There's different things in vehicles where we can move this forward. You know, I had the pleasure, I don't know if it's the pleasure, but when I was on the city council in 2008, before that there was a huge issue about Daly City, Brisbane, and Pacifica with the formation of North County Fire. It was very contentious. And what was contentious about it was, and you think about it, when there's an emergency and there's a firefighter there, you're not looking at the logo, Mr. Martinez, and you know this. The person who is getting service is making sure that one, whether it says Daly City, whether it says Brisbane or Colma, not Daly City, Brisbane, or Pacifica, that they're getting the care they need. So I've been through, make no mistake about it, I've been through consolidation. I've seen sort of the upside to it. Now, what is the upside to it? And this may be offensive to people. The upside is you have a more efficient organization. Maybe in North County Fire situation, you don't have 3 fire chiefs. You have 1 fire chief. Instead of having 2 deputy chiefs, now you have 1. And so, to me, the reason I brought this was really and I think about him going through this, well, why did you bring this forward, right? The good governance piece. What is good governance? What is best for the taxpayer? To me, those are questions that a study can answer. We can't answer it up here, but asking to look at a study, I don't have an issue with, Mr. Martinez. I really don't. And so that's why I brought this item up. But I really want to thank you.
Supervisor
Yes.
Canepa, may I, please? So, so here's the deal. I think it's in 2 years, the county fire contract's coming up, and state will be rebidding on that. There'll be an RFP that goes out. Cal Fire will bid on that. Assuming that they'll be bidding on that within the county as well. Other agencies will bid on that contract. What I really think, and I'm going to be candid with you, Mr. Martinez, I think coming out of the gate this way is going to doom this process. I think it'll just absolutely doom it if we say to you all, we're going to go ahead and go forward with it. On the coast side, I'm telling you right now, and Sid reminded me of it, residents are not going to support that. They're going to be very upset by that. There will be discussion between now and obviously in the bid that's put together by Cal Fire in terms of, and that time there'll be a competition for that contract. What I think it is fair to go ahead, if there's support on the board, to say to staff, if you want to go ahead and start looking at this issue, to bring it back to us for a subcommittee that sort of lines up in a timeline so that there can be the most informed decision at that timeline. This really comes down to a competition for services and contracts. And so, and then it gives also the opportunity to go out and do that stakeholder engagement so that if and when this process is launched, it can be successful. But doing it this way right now, it isn't going to be successful. I really don't believe it will be. I don't think the way this was brought to the board is setting you guys up for success in what you're trying to achieve. And I don't think you're going to get, I don't think it could land. And so what I would say is to my colleagues, why don't we go ahead and say to staff, because they're going to have to start looking at this anyway with respect to analyzing what the RFP looks like for the coast. Say to staff, why don't you go ahead and bring back something to us that would include as an option within that a subcommittee to go ahead, and then what stakeholder engagement might, and also what a stakeholder engagement process would look like. If the board wants to move forward on this, we can have that as an action item to consider at a next meeting. I encourage you guys to go out and start doing that community engagement that was talked about here with those cities, so you can say back to us, we've talked to these city managers, we've talked to these folks. I see CAL FIRE here. Obviously, that contract coming up in 2 years is going to be really important. We're under contract with CAL FIRE for 2 years. We can't. This process would not change that. And to my colleagues, I think that's really. I think that way we'll start moving, because we're going to have to move forward toward a work product anyway at that time to make some decisions. Supervisor Speaker, if you think there should be some more outreach before it comes to us, before the board, just telling staff right now, start that preliminary work. We can make those decisions at that later time might solve that.
I really think that there needs to be outreach by the union to all the cities. And I don't want us to engage until there is a groundswell of support from the cities. It makes us look like an overlord, and I just don't think it's appropriate. So that would be my recommendation to you.
Thank you. I agree with that. And I want to just kind of name some of the insinuations that are being made here from my colleague and be really, really direct, because that's how I like to conduct my business. I will always tell you the truth, even if it's not what you want to hear. There are no shortcuts in this process, no matter what someone tries to promise you. And I remember telling you, Andy, that there would be a lot of questions, and that's why it was important to do the background work and complete that outreach. I am not against consolidation. I do think that as government in general, we have 21 cities, we have I think 24 school districts. That's a lot of elected officials. That's a lot of complexity. I'm just like taking a step back and naming that for all of our jurisdictions. But when you talk about consolidation, you're asking people to give up jobs and streamline and become more efficient, but it's a really delicate topic. And so we have to navigate that in a really smart and careful way. And again, there are no shortcuts, no matter what someone promises you. And I'm sorry if this item hasn't gone how you hoped and expected, but I do respect this board's recognition that this is a delicate topic, and it's not one that residents or other districts would take lightly. And so it's really important that we start with outreach and we start having those difficult conversations internally, and that's what's going to be required ultimately.
Andy, again, thank you for, we've had these conversations as well, and I appreciate it. I do agree with my colleagues. We do need to get out in front and have conversations. But I also heard you say you've been working on this for 15 years. So I think just understanding that as we do our process, we owe him to come back to him in a timely manner. So thinking about when we can get it done. This is going to require you going out to the districts as well, but we should be able to get back to you in a timely manner on this issue.
Andy, as we close, I'm in support of, and I don't know if it's still on the table, but I'm in support of Supervisor Mueller's approach in creating a subcommittee or outreach vehicle, and then bringing it back to the board. I think it's worthy of consideration, having staff look into it. I don't know if that's still on the table or.
So actually, it's modified a bit.
Okay.
So what I'm saying right now is, I think what I would say is, I'd like staff to go back and take a look at these issues, and then come back with options, including a subcommittee, including a stakeholder engagement process. But really, I'd like professional staff to weigh in on this issue in the context of what's taking place too with CAL FIRE. If we're looking at what's happening here right today, we're getting everybody's opinions, but our expert staff members or the city. So
LAFCO, actually, right? LAFCO
right. So
is the leader on consolidation and creation of new districts.
So basically what I'm saying is, what I'd like to do is, I appreciate the topic being raised. I don't think it could land this way. I think what we have to do is we have to say, okay, we've had this topic, we're going to give it to staff. Staff can go ahead and at a time that they think it's right, go ahead and bring it on their agenda to consider options, and and folks can decide. We can decide then how and if we want to proceed.
Is there anyone who disagrees with that?
If I could just get some clarity around that through the chair, Supervisor Miller, would that also include polling the cities, or?
I think if I were professional staff members, so if I was staff and I was preparing this report, I might do a straw poll of city managers what they thought of this to inform the board just preliminarily. Not doing an outreach effort to convince everybody, but give us an idea of where this lands.
I personally do not think that we should have the staff contacting cities saying, how about we take over your fire services? And that's how it's going to be received.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that what would happen was with that staff would reach out and say, Local 2400 has come to us, said they're interested in us looking at this process. Is there any interest on your part? It's not a commitment from the county that we're moving forward. It's just an initial gauge of what this looks like.
But why are we even engaged in this?
Well, you know what might be a good idea? Why don't we go ahead and say we move this, and I hear what you're saying, and I also understand we have a work plan every year, and our work plan is put together at our board retreat. And why don't what we can say is at our work plan at our board retreat, we're going to give Local 2400 the opportunity to go out and do that outreach and see if there's any groundswell of support from the community that can be made between now and our board retreat for this. At our board retreat, we can decide what our goals and priorities are for the next year. That's good. Does that make more sense?
Yes.
All right.
Great.
That work?
Thank you.
Yes. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martinez. Appreciate your time. All right. Now it's time to move to the regular agenda. There are 9 items on today's regular agenda. We'll start with item 5 from Health, which is to receive a report detailing the status of implementation of the updated tobacco retailer ordinance adopted May 23rd, 2023. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, President Canepa, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. My name is Wayman Wong with Environmental Health, and I'm here to update you on the tobacco retailer permit ordinance from 2023. Now, when the board updated the ordinance in 23, they had specific goals they had in mind. One was limiting access to youth for the tobacco products, and that was done by proximity restrictions to youth-populated areas. It also attempted to remove unauthorized products from stores, and specifically, we focused on flavored tobacco products and electronic smoking devices, which happens to be very popular with the youth. Thirdly, we wanted to strengthen the community's health, and doing that would be limiting the concentration of tobacco retailers in certain sensitive areas. With the update in 2023, it was an attempt to align the county's ordinance with the state's prohibition on tobacco, flavored tobacco prohibitions. It also enhanced our oversight of tobacco retailers. So Environmental Health was designated as the enforcement agency. And with that, any city that also adopted the county's ordinance would also fall under Environmental Health's jurisdiction. Now, there were key provisions with that update, namely limiting with proximity restrictions for youth-populated areas such as schools, daycares, parks, and recreational facilities. That was to limit the access to youth, and also limiting the concentration of these tobacco retailers so there wouldn't be too many tobacco retailers in a given area, with the restriction on retailers in neighboring other retailers. Now, along with the prohibition on, as I mentioned earlier, the prohibition on flavored tobacco, we aligned ourselves with the state, but the county went further and also included hookah and shisha tobacco, and as well as all electronic smoking devices. Now, most importantly, Environmental Health was given authority to conduct routine inspections of these tobacco retailers, and it also elevated the fines for these for any violations that we found, and thus hopefully increasing the compliance with all the rules of the ordinance. Since adoption, 9 cities in the last 2 years have adopted the county's ordinance, and they've adopted their ordinance at various times in that time frame. We continue to work with other cities and engage with them on communicating any expectations for adopting the county's ordinance. Environmental's approach has always been education before enforcement, and that's proven to be very successful when we're utilizing this for all of our other regulatory programs. When a city adopts the county's ordinance, we conduct on-site outreach for each of the retail businesses that are known to us. Many of them have previous tobacco retail permits with us, or they've been identified through the city, through their business license group, or we are able to find out some information through the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration that maintains a list of tobacco retailers statewide. Now, having the opportunity to go on site with the retailers gives us an opportunity to directly communicate with owners and operators to let them know what the requirements of the ordinance are, inspection expectations, and the consequences of noncompliance. We also provide them a list of unapproved flavored tobacco products. You know, this world of flavored tobacco is constantly changing, and we always encourage the business owners to communicate with us if ever they have any questions on potential products that they're looking to sell that may be a flavored product. Now, with the 9 cities and an unincorporated area, we currently have 204 permitted tobacco retailers. They include convenience stores, markets, gas stations, and smoke shops, just to name a few. Over the time period, we've conducted over 453 routine inspections, and in the last fiscal year, we conducted 2 inspections for 83% of the retail businesses. Some of that has to do with businesses choosing not to continue tobacco sales, and others are dependent on when a city has adopted the county's ordinance. So that, given a full year of having these retailers under our purview, we expect to be able to complete the 2 inspections for each of the businesses. And throughout this time, 15 permits have been denied, mostly on their proximity to youth-populated areas. Right here, we have a chart, a summary of some of the violations that are outlined in the ordinance. And some of the violations are administrative in nature, such as the posting of age restriction signage or displaying a permit, but others are specific violations on prohibitions, such as sale of flavored tobacco or sale of electronic smoking devices. And as you can see, with the flavored tobacco violations, it's quite significant. So we know that that is the most challenging item for the retail and small business community to comply with. Now, in our enforcement approach, when violations are noted, they have an opportunity to correct those violations. Failure to correct those violations leads to administrative fines. In this time, we've administered 62 administrative fines for 45 businesses. Now, these fines are typically for flavored products, electronic smoking devices, and operating without a permit. These fines sometimes apply to those that have multiple violations at one time, or escalating fines. That's what equates to the $62,000 that you see there. If businesses fail to or continue to have violations after the elevated fines or escalating fines, then we move on to permit suspension. And 3 businesses had 30-day permit suspensions in this time. Now, as I mentioned before, Flavored tobacco is a challenging environment. It's ever evolving. Gone are the days where flavored tobaccos were easily distinguishable with names like watermelon flavor or mint flavor. Now we see labels such as cool or breeze or red, hiding the fact that they are flavored products. And this makes it a challenging issue for retailers, especially small businesses that rely heavily on their distributors to identify which products are eligible for sale. Now, with the passage of AB 3218 recently, the state attorney general will be producing a list of unflavored tobacco products that will help small businesses understand what is eligible for sale in the state as well as in the county. And we expect this list to be produced by January of 2026. And we'll certainly see, hopefully we will see this reduce the number of violations that we're seeing at these businesses. Because of the complex enforcement environment with tobacco retail sales, we engage with a lot of different entities and agencies within the county and out. First, with the district attorney's office, we share all of our findings with them to allow for them to consolidate this information and seek other enforcement actions if they deem fit. With our code enforcement and law enforcement agencies, we want to make sure that our messaging is clear, as some of the police departments have chosen to enforce some of these flavored tobacco bans on their own. And even with many of the code enforcement agencies, specifically the county's code enforcement agency, we coordinate on our efforts to address issues not only with tobacco, but things that we see that fall under their purview. So a good example of that would be the nitrous oxide ban recently adopted. County code enforcement is the enforcement agency, and any of these issues or any of the nitrous oxide discovered at these businesses, we refer to our code enforcement partners. We also do additional outreach to make sure that they know that this product is prohibited in the future. Now, with the County Narcotics Task Force, as we're conducting our inspections, there are times where we will find illegal products or potentially illegal products, such as cannabis or psilocybin, which is the psychedelic product of magic mushrooms. When we identify those issues, we share that intel with the Narcotics Task Force so that they can take further enforcement action if they deem necessary. Now, with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, they have experience enforcing illegal tobacco sales throughout the state, and we have conducted joint inspections with that group and San Mateo Police Department, and that further enhances our understanding of the best approaches to enforcing tobacco restrictions. Now, in one particular case earlier this year, we had a case of an unpermitted tobacco retailer, and we were working with our code enforcement agency to coordinate different ways to address this unpermitted retailer. As we identified their not only operating without a permit, but selling of flavored tobacco and electronic smoking devices, we also noticed that they were selling the cannabis and the psilocybin, the illegal products. When we connected with our narcotics task force team, through our joint efforts with our several agencies, that led to the closure of this unpermitted tobacco retailer. So I would say that's a success in working together with multiple agencies. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Yes, Supervisor Spear.
So the unpermitted retailer was shut down. Was there a fine imposed on them?
Yes, there were multiple fines
And how
imposed
much
on them.
were those fines?
I don't know the exact number on the fines on that. I can get that
Would you get
to
that? First offense, what's the fine?
$500.
Second offense?
$1,000.
The three that were suspended for a month, how many times had they violated the rules before they were suspended?
So in the initial inspection, they were given an opportunity to correct the violations. After the second time the violations were noted, the $500 fines were instituted. The third time, their $1,000 fines were issued, and upon the fourth time those violations are identified, the permit is suspended for 30 days, and then it continues to. The timeline in which they are suspended escalates beyond that.
I think we're a little soft, frankly. If you're a retailer of tobacco, you are expected to know what is illegal, what is illegal, and if you basically get a pass the first time you're investigated, and then you do it a second and third time, I mean, I don't think we're creating the disincentive necessary to discourage them from violating the rules. How is it in other counties? Are we following the same pattern in other counties, or are they tougher or lax?
It varies in different counties, and it's hard to compare the different counties because they have different ordinances and how they apply their ordinances and the fines associated with it. So I can get that comparison to you to give you a better answer on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Resume.
First off, I wanted to say thank you. So I worked closely, and I think I drove you guys crazy during that unpermitted smoke shop. And I want to thank all the agencies involved. Your work, the district attorney's office, the sheriff's office, narcotics task force team, everyone worked incredibly hard. The county counsel's office, everyone worked incredibly hard. There were actually the cracks that I saw in that process, though, didn't relate to the flavored tobacco ordinance. Interestingly enough, the county was always very consistent. You cannot sell flavored tobacco products here. Where the cracks was on paraphernalia, and so, for instance, wrapping boards that they had, and different items that they were selling that was clearly paraphernalia for smoking tobacco products, but for smoking cannabis. And what was clearly cannabis, for bongs and things like that, we were able to move and get those out really quickly. But there were other things that, frankly, were also paraphernalia, but that was just generalized enough that our ordinance didn't cover it. But I also don't just want to thank you for the one you talked about. In the city, I have another incorporated city that when people complained, because they had adopted the county ordinance, our inspectors were the ones who were called out because they contract with the county, and they got it shut down immediately. And what had happened was they had started selling these products, flavored tobacco products, in a gas station. And within notification, and that was close to a school, and within notification, it was shut down, fine, everything worked perfectly. But I also think that showed me one of the things that we can be doing better is informing the public that these bans exist, because it was a resident who contacted and said, this is here, this is a problem. It's difficult. You can see people twice, right? It's difficult. Twice a year is difficult for you to stay on top of everything. For law enforcement, they're out trying to fight crime, right? They're out trying to protect the community. They're not going into gas station and other places looking for this. We got to inform and work with PTOs, work with community members, get this information out there so that we can shut it down as fast as it happens. Thank you.
Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. One is around whether we are identifying wholesalers who are selling to these small businesses, and I want to name that. I imagine, I could be wrong, I'd love to see data on this to confirm what the reality is, but my assumption is that some of these small business owners that are being fined are likely maybe people of color who don't really know what the law is and are assuming that if a wholesaler is offering a product to them that it is allowed. And so I'm wondering what we're doing to identify the wholesalers who are potentially preying on these uninformed small business owners who are selling the products and then being fined? Are we holding wholesalers responsible?
So the ordinance itself refers to specifically local retailers. And when we have external wholesalers outside of the county, we have limited jurisdiction over those. Part of the goal of AB 3218 was to establish a list of unflavored products that will more easily distinguish what is eligible for sale within the state and within the county, and providing that educational piece to these small businesses would be helpful. On our part, what we've been attempting to do is, again, provide them a list of products that we know of that are banned or prohibited, as well as giving them an opportunity to communicate with us to let us know which products they're considering, so we can do an evaluation before they purchase that from a wholesaler and put that on their shelves.
Okay, I think we could potentially do more to identify the root cause of this issue, because I'm putting myself in a small business owner's shoes who invests money from their small business into a purchase that they are not aware of, that puts them at risk, and then that's a loss, and then they're being fined, and that's another loss. And so I'm not trying to take away the responsibility that they hold, but I want to recognize that they are potentially being victimized by wholesalers that know that it is banned in this county. And so I want, whether it's fully part of our jurisdiction or not, I think we have a responsibility to get to the root of the problem, or at least collect data around who are we even asking every business owner, who did you purchase this from? Are we?
That is part of the information we try to gather to understand where the root cause is. I hear your point, and I totally agree that that's something that is helpful to better understand where that source of the problem is and how we can address that. We've been in communication with the county attorney's office on this particular issue, but again, just trying to understand where our jurisdiction limitations are.
Absolutely, thank you. I'm glad that's landing somewhat or fully. So my other question is around, and I recognize this hadn't come to my full attention until more recently, but I know we've had questions around the role of hookah, and hookah is, I believe, a flavored tobacco. It is also a very clear practice of cultural significance in certain communities. And so how are we respecting that cultural practice, or is hookah completely banned as well?
So the use of shisha tobacco within hookah facilities is completely banned, specifically in the county's ordinance in any city that has adopted it. What has been allowed is for hookah businesses to continue to operate if they're using non-flavored tobacco products. And some operations have chosen that route to continue to operate.
Okay, thank you. That doesn't sit well with me. I know the purpose of this is to address youth and their use of, or the risk of them being exposed to flavored tobacco. But I want to be really direct here that the Arab community, it's a part of their cultural practice, and it doesn't feel right for me. I think maybe when we first considered this we didn't have that in mind, but I would be interested in exploring whether we can correct course on that in some way in the future. And go ahead, Supervisor Mueller.
Well, and I hear what you're saying, Supervisor Corzo, but I would ask you to consider that when you go back and you look at actually culture in the United States, the Marlboro Man was a big part of American culture here in our country and advertised that way. There were significant, if you go back and you look at, James Dean was smoking a cigarette. That was a big part of culture. And what we're saying, what the shift has been, is we're trying to actually shift away from a culture that puts people in a position and kids in a position where they are glamorizing something that taste of that flavor that lessens the sharpness of what the impact is to their health. And it's a very difficult thing to talk about, and I understand that there are those who are going to disagree with me on this issue, but I do not believe that there should be a difference between allowing people to go into an establishment and glamorize smoking flavored tobacco, whether it be a hookah bar or anywhere, because of the impact it has on public health. And if cultures change over time because they recognize what that impact is, I think that's a good thing. I don't think, and so I've litigated tobacco cases, and I've seen where that argument is put forward that our troops went out and they smoked it during the time of war, and it's something that's inherently American to give people this choice. Well, and I've also stood by that person who was walking into the room with an oxygen canister next to them while they were still smoking because they were barely making it. And so I don't accept that. But I understand where you're coming from. I know it's a heartfelt place. I just think it's time for change.
Thank you. I hear that. I guess what I'm saying is that I think the smoking of hookah comes from a different place for the Arab community. We're talking about the 16th and 17th century. We're not talking about American culture where it was like consumerism and corporations intentionally exploiting and making it a part of American culture. But I mean, they're still able to without it being flavored. I'm just trying to raise an issue that doesn't sit well with me. I would defer to the rest of the board on whether there's any will to want to explore what I'm raising at all. But I do think it's important for us to think about unintended consequences and what that means to a specific community where it's a part of their cultural practice. And I mean, I'd be interested in finding out data about our county specifically. Are there significant health consequences in our Arab population? Because hookah smoking in the Arab community, to my knowledge, is not a practice that happens necessarily on a daily basis. I could be wrong. I'm not totally sure, but I guess I'm just interested in learning more about this and us considering making really data-informed decisions on it, because I do think it's important that we be culturally sensitive to how this impacts different communities.
All right, thank you so much. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo, maybe that is it, figuring out what's happening in that community first before we move forward. Figuring that would be ideal. I thank you for your report. I have a quick question on the ordinance itself. When the city adopts an ordinance, then the county becomes responsible. Why isn't the city a partner in making sure that this ordinance goes forward?
Well, the city designates environmental health as the enforcement agency. So we issue the retail permit for the business, and we conduct the routine inspection that offers us the opportunity to provide consistent enforcement throughout the county for all the cities that have adopted.
And then are you working with the cities when you're doing your inspections, or is there somebody from the city going along with you so that they too can learn? Because you're only going in, the county's going in twice a year.
Yeah.
Others are going into the store more often. I'm trying to figure out where the partnership is with the city as well.
So we give the cities an opportunity to engage with us. We work with them if they're choosing to do so. A good example of that is the City of San Mateo, PD. They have really chosen to, engage with us, engage with us on this process. We conducted joint inspections with them, in fact, yesterday, to do on-site inspections at several tobacco retailers. So it really depends on the city if they wish to be a partner in this enforcement. Otherwise, environmental health takes the lead and permits and does the routine inspections for these sites.
Thank you. And then can you talk a little bit about I know there's been 62 fines that have been collected. Right now we have roughly $60,000. What are we using those resources for? Does it go back to educating community members and store owners? What are those resources used for?
Yeah, we don't have those resources directly earmarked for a particular project. However, what we've found is that direct education and outreach is the best preventative measure to prevent these violations from taking place. So we've taken great efforts in constant communication with all the businesses, the small businesses, the retailers, letting them know what those products, which products are available for them, which products are prohibited, and engaging in those conversations, especially when they have questions about which products are eligible. Because I think, to Supervisor Corso's point, a lot of these English isn't their first language, and they have a hard time understanding the language of the ordinance. So really walking through with them what the specifics are and spending that time with them has been critical.
No, thank you. And then lastly, I often think about how we educate the youth, and I know that there were organizations that worked with you or with the county to get ordinances passed, and we still need to make sure that we're getting in front of our youth and educating them as well. So if there are resources that are set aside to continue that work, that's important to me as well. But thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, let me thank you for your work. I mean, you've done an incredible job, Heather Forshey, I think, here in San Mateo County, because of the efforts. I remember my former colleague, Supervisor Groom, telling me that this is probably some of the most important work that we've done. I think she's right. I mean, you look at some of the data, it's staggering. 8 million people that die annually because of tobacco use. In the United States, that number is between $450,000 and $500,000. And so, one of the things that I want to sort of fall back on and what we've done is really the education component, right? I think for me, not only for the retailers, but for the community, can you talk a little bit about what you would do different than what we've done in the past in terms of the education component?
So, Supervisor Canepa, it sounds like there's two different lines here.
Yeah.
One is our charge here, environmental health, works directly with the retailers and the business community. There's another component within health that focuses specifically on education for the residents and the youth on this matter. So I don't want to speak on that, as I don't have the clear information on that, and we can get that information to you when I can obtain that from our partner health agency.
Yeah, and I think if we always stay focused on what's the best for the community, whether it's focusing on health outcomes, I think that's important in how we drive this work. In Daly City, when I was on the city council, at the time we had a huge influx, especially around Mission Street, around vape stores and the like. And it really, the community was just really outraged, because you could imagine these retail places that might have been produce markets or might have provided some value to the community that really were being used because they were getting higher rents for being these vape stores. Do you think I'm interested in how this proposal, and we dealt with this in Daly City, protects young people from the aggressive marketing that flavored tobacco companies still use. Can you explain what tools the county will gain to shield our youth from these products?
Well, a couple of tools that we've implemented through your direction was to limit this access to youth-populated areas. Having that restriction limits the availability of these products in your local grocery store, your gas station, and the like. And because of that specific item, we were able to deny permits for specific areas. So that's already pulling those away. Granted, that doesn't change the fact that those that are in existence are still there, and that's where we can work. We will be working consistently with our other partner health agency to continue that education to the youth on that matter.
And finally, as we move forward, I think there's an opportunity for us to expand into additional cities. Can you just sort of share with us what the staff's thoughts are in doing that? Because right now, how many cities do we have within the county? Is it 8 or?
9 have
We have
adopted,
9.
yes.
Where do you see the opportunity? Because I think the policies, and especially the policy we're moving forward today, I think it should be shared, not only with the 9 we currently have, but with the others in terms of moving them along. Your thoughts?
We continue to engage with each of the cities on the opportunity to work with us on this matter. It's hard for me to speak on their timeline. We've worked some cities we've worked with several months, even a year, to move them along, and oftentimes it's a variety of conditions with either within the city or whether it's a priority within that particular city. So again, we can work from our end from that staff level, but we continue to engage with them as much as we can to communicate what they would receive from adopting the county's ordinance and what they could expect from us.
Yeah. And just finally, I think having sort of a uniform policy, especially around enforcement, I think just if we're able to do it on a county level with these cities that aren't on board now, I think it really helps us in terms of impact. So I really appreciate the work you do. You guys this department that we have has been pretty good over the last 15, 20 years. I think we have incredible staff, and just appreciate your diligence in your work. Yes, Supervisor Spear?
I was interested in knowing, do we ever check gas stations?
A variety of things, yes. The gas stations that are registered with us as a tobacco retailer, we're conducting routine inspections for that purpose. If there are, for those gas stations that have convenience stores, Environmental Health also regulates them as a food facility. So there's other avenues for us to be on site for those particular businesses.
So if they have a convenience store and Environmental Health is there to check out the food, are they also cross-trained to be able to see if there's flavored tobacco being sold?
No, they do not cross on that particular element, mostly because of the nuances of identifying what constitutes a flavored tobacco product, the evolving environment around flavored products and electronic smoking devices is nuanced enough that we have particular staff that are trained specific with that, enforcing this particular ordinance. They've gone through training with California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, and they're going to be going through some training with our narcotics task force as well to better understand what issues they may be seeing out in the field.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any public comment?
I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, Mr. President, so we'll go ahead and take comment on Zoom now. This is on item 5 for the county ordinance. We'll start with Sabrina, which is our only hand raised, so I'll just go ahead and make a final call at this time for hands on Zoom. Seeing none, Sabrina will be our last speaker. Go ahead and unmute Sabrina and begin.
I come to you as one of the people, Surrey jurists, who hold all political power. Who granted these agencies the authority to regulate the people? Are the retailers are just being educated by the fines they've been levied? Were the people given a voice to make these bans? Are you aware of the Loper-Bright versus Raimondo SCOTUS ruling that put a tombstone on the Chevron deference, which makes these agencies like the health department and their ability to create laws, making the ordinances and bans null and void? The main object of government is the protection and the preservation of personal rights, private property, and public liberties, and upholding the law of God. It's an American maxim. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Let me bring it back to the board. Any questions? All right. Through the county attorney, do we have to take an action to receive the report?
No action. This is an informational item. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you, staff, and thank you, Heather,
Thank
for
you
your
for your
work.
time.
All right, we'll now move to item 6, which is Measure K Housing Development Project. This resolution is to approve a number of actions necessary to purchase and then lease to an affordable housing developer the property located at 493 Eastmore Avenue in Daly City for a total purchase price of $4,440,000 for development and operation of a 72-unit affordable housing project. Mr. Hodges.
Mr. President, I think before Mr. Hodges launches, I wanted to note that Supervisor Corzo has an item Levine Act related item to share with respect to this item.
Thank you. I wanted to, as required by the Levine Act, acknowledge that I did receive a political donation from the spouse of someone involved in this contract. I am refunding the required amount in order to comply for the Levine Act, and so I am able to participate in this item and in this vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, and good morning, President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm Ray Hodges, Director at the Department of Housing, and happy to be here this morning to discuss this opportunity to acquire a vacant parcel of land at 493 Eastmore Avenue in Daly City, and then ground lease it to a developer to build and operate 72 units of affordable and supportive housing on the site. So the property is shown in yellow on this locator map. It's within a half-mile walk of the Colma BART station, and 2 Samtrans bus lines run along Eastmore in front of the site with a stop a half block away from the property. The property is also near Seton Medical Center, schools, parks, the Daly City Government Center, Serramonte Mall, a range of other amenities, and it has easy access to the 280 and Highway 1. This is a photo of the vacant 0.37 acre site today. The county's real property division secured an independent appraisal to arrive at the agreed purchase price, which is $4.4 million. And they also did the other due diligence they would typically undertake in looking at a county land purchase. And these are renderings of the planned 6 to 7 story, 72 unit development. It's already been completely entitled and permitted by the city of Daly City. And the design provides significant space for supportive services, property management, and a community room on the second floor of the building, which is the ground floor along Eastmore. The rendering on the right looks from Eastmore at it, so it's on the ground floor of that rendering. The developer, Core Affordable Housing, has received $6.3 million in Measure K commitments through the Affordable Housing Fund over time, along with additional awards of Housing Authority capital, project-based Section 8 vouchers, and state supportive housing resources that were allocated to the project by the county. Core has requested that we shift $4.4 million of the Measure K commitment from construction, as it was originally intended, to instead acquire the property and then ground lease it back to them. The county's land ownership makes the project more competitive for low-income housing tax credit financing, and it will give the county control over the property, which so that it would revert to the county at expiration of the 55-year ground lease, unless we choose to extend the ground lease and affordability requirements to 99 years at that time. So no new money is needed for this purchase. We're just planning to shift a portion of the funding that was previously allocated for construction to the acquisition instead. With this change, Core Affordable expects to receive an award of tax credits on December 10th, enabling construction start in the second quarter of 2026. And the project is important to the county for several reasons. It provides 72 studio and 1-bedroom apartments, and that includes 39 specifically for persons with special needs, and at a North County location that our partners at both HSA and BHRS have told us numerous times is a high priority for them as well. 16 units are for homeless clients of county health who are high-cost users of the county's health system. 11 units are for BHRS clients who are eligible for services under the Mental Health Services Act, and 12 are for former foster youth with supports from HSA's Children and Family Services Division. The project as a whole is deeply affordable as well, with average affordability at 33% of the area median across the development. And that's also going to be helpful to the city of Daly City for reaching their kind of the most difficult RHNA targets in this cycle. Daly City, by the way, has also contributed $7.7 million in general fund and home dollars to the project. And the acquisition is subject to the developer's receipt of a tax credit award on December 10th and beginning construction by the end of June in 2026. And I'll stop there. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
A couple questions.
Yes, Supervisor Spiro.
So this was owned by Eastmore Multifamily LP. Did they then come to the county and ask us to buy it so they could then get the tax credit? Is that how this happened?
Yes.
And
Yeah.
how common is that?
Yeah, so we have not done this in the past, but it is, I'd say, relatively commonplace in the state.
And who are the limited partners? Their names?
Oh gosh, who is their tax credit investor? I'm not sure, but I can certainly let you know. It's an investor. It will be the recipient of the tax credits, which is the typical structure for tax credit financing.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions, Supervisor Corso?
So I have a couple questions. I'm wondering if this project has secured necessary funding to move forward to construction.
They've given preliminary feedback that they're going to receive a tax credit award, assuming this acquisition happens, the scoring that would result from it. The official announcement for those credits is on December 10th from the state. But with that, yes, then they can start construction.
Thank you. And so this has been done in other places across the state because it allows projects to be more competitive. Is that right?
There's that piece. I think also a number of counties are just interested in having that long-term control over the land as well. Our neighbor to the south, Santa Clara County, made that a general requirement of their bond that they passed recently. So in most cases, the developers brought property to them. The county became the owner of the property and ground leased it back to them.
Okay, and so this ground lease requires that affordability covenants remain in place for 99 years instead of 55. Is that right?
It's 55, and then at that point in time, we have the option to extend it to 99, or if we decided at that time affordable housing was no longer a priority, we could do something else with it at the time. But yep, we'll have that option.
Okay. Thank you. So it gives us the option to keep the ground lease for 44 additional years if future boards decided that was still a priority. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. Let me go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't received any speaker cards from chambers, so we'll take comments from Zoom at this time. We do have one hand raised. Would you like to make a final call at this time or after the speaker? Okay, members of the public, this is a final call to raise your hand for this item. We are on item number 6 for housing. Okay, our first and last speaker will be Sabrina. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey jurists, who hold all political power. The American people are sovereign and they alone may through democratically responsive process, amend our foundation charter and revise federal legislation. American Maxim says the main object of government is the protection and preservation of personal rights, private property, public liberties, and upholding the law of God. Are you upholding this law or this maxim? With 41% of the combined population of San Mateo and Santa Clara counties that are non-citizens, is this project really benefiting the people? The state of California has a $25 billion deficit. How will this affect the long term of this project? Will it be able to be completed? Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. President.
Great. You know, Ray, I just really want to thank you. I mean, the depth of the affordability, I mean, you're looking at 20 to 50% of AMI, including 39 units for residents with the highest needs, people experiencing homelessness, complex health conditions, those living with serious mental illness, and young people existing in foster care. This site is a real ideal site, as you mentioned. It's so I mean, it's so transit rich. People, whether they're able to get connected through Samtrans, which is just right outside on Sullivan, whether it's going down to BART. But this is, I think it's something as a county we should be extraordinarily proud of. And then just the ability to work with our foster youth. And the nexus, what we're doing around Midway. But this is just, for me, when you talk about housing, this couldn't be, in terms of density, a more ideal site. I mean, just around the corner is a CVS. Access to pharmacy is important, as you know. So with that, colleagues, I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution. I'll adopt item A, B, C, D, E, and F. That's my motion.
I will second, and I also want to, I want to recognize I should have added a little additional information to my disclosure, so I'll do that now. So again, I am confirming on the record receipt of a campaign contribution in the excess of $500 from Julie Lieberman Neal due to the relationship of the contributor's spouse, Christopher Neal, the contracting entity for item 6 on today's agenda, and I've processed a refund in order to comply with the Levine Act, and so I am able to participate and vote on this item.
Okay, is that a second?
Yes, second.
All right, roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great job, Ray. Thanks. We'll move to item 7. Item 7 is an agreement that we brought back from the last regular meeting. Specifically, it's an amendment to an agreement with the San Mateo Transit District by which the district receives law enforcement services from the Sheriff's Office, extending the term by 5 years to 2030 and providing reimbursement to the county for the 25-26 fiscal year in the amount of $9,633,203. Welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you, President Canepa, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Ms. Rodriguez. As stated, I was here a few weeks ago where I presented to the board asking you guys to adopt a resolution to extend the agreement between the Sheriff's Office and the San Mateo County Transit District, for whom we provide law enforcement services to. There was some questions of a fiscal nature that came at the end of my presentation. So today I have our Deputy Director of Finance, Jason Cooksey, here with me to kind of readdress the board and provide those answers to you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Supervisor Spear.
Well, the questions that I had last meeting, can you respond to them, please?
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Spear. So your first question was about indemnification of the transit agreement. So the original contract.
You can speak into the
use the microphone, please.
The original contract went into effect on July 1st of 2020, and in that original contract, it contained an indemnity clause.
It did contain?
It did, yes. There's in section 11, there's a hold harmless clause, which is basically a mutual hold harmless clause that protects both parties, the Sheriff's Office or the county and the district. So this agreement that's before the board now is to exercise the 5-year option agreement of that original contract and extend for 1 more year for FY 25-26. So all the original provisions of the original contract are still in effect.
But my understanding is that this is a contract that had an automatic 5-year renewal, which in my view is not something we should do on a regular basis. And I had a conversation earlier today with Mr. Niblin, and moving forward, I think all of these contracts need to be reviewed to make sure that they're providing us with exactly what is appropriate and not creating a situation that does not allow us. I don't believe we're being indemnified if one of our deputy sheriffs is found to have committed some kind of an offense. We're holding each other harmless, correct?
We're holding each other harmless. It does state that it includes claims alleging negligence, excessive force, state and federal civil
Could you speak
rights.
more directly into the microphone because we can't follow you?
It covers things such as alleging negligence, excessive force, or state and federal civil rights violations, unless the claims arise out of the law enforcement services that's being provided. So those things are called out in the contract specifically.
That unless is pretty important.
Yeah, I was going to say the Supervisor Spear has a right, and actually Mr. Cooksey's stating it correctly as well. I mean, the hold harmless provisions are pretty standard. Well, they're not, I shouldn't call them standard, but they are mutual hold harmless. There are actually a few provisions. There's a provision that states that the agencies, and by that we're talking about SamTrans and the Joint Powers Board, is going to be responsible for their own negligence, that the sheriff's office or the contractor, that would be the county and the sheriff's office, is responsible for its negligence, and then there's a provision for concurrent liability when both parties are negligent. So a situation like Supervisor Spear, you were positing, where let's say we had an excessive force case, that would be covered by the provision that says that the county would be liable for its negligence in connection with law enforcement activities under the agreement.
And if I may, through the chair, Supervisor Spear, you and I have talked about these legacy contracts and the necessity to really revisit this issue. This puts the liability on the county and not the other entities that we're contracting with, where it quite frankly belongs. If they had been providing their own service, whether it's a city or town or transit district, and had their own police force, the liability would be on them, not the county. And unfortunately, in the past, we've paid out on some of these claims, and to the detriment of the county, we're executing these contracts. So I do believe that this contract or any other contract that contains those provisions, we should go back and renegotiate.
So in this case, there's an automatic opportunity to renew, which does not give us the ability to renegotiate unless we were to sever the contract and then renegotiate. So the question before us is, would we want to put SamTrans on notice to do that? Or is there some amendment that we can make to this contract cooperatively to create indemnification? And I would like to suggest that we attempt to do that.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where we would start. We would contact SamTrans and try to renegotiate this in a cooperative manner. But we do have the provision that you articulated that would give us the ability to put them on notice that we are severing the contract. And that is one way of negotiating also. But we certainly would rather try the first method.
So can we have your staff attempt to do that with SamTrans and come back with an amendment if an agreement is reached?
We will.
All right. Thank you.
I have a question. So how does that affect what we're doing today? So are we in a better situation not voting on this and saying bring it back at another time? Because I'm not really inclined to adopt this resolution without this issue resolved.
Well, that's why I postponed it 2 weeks ago, and then was told that there's this automatic provision to renew. So I don't know what our status would be if we don't.
Supervisor, so yeah, the contract actually, the initial term ran through, just so that we're all, sort of reading from the same sheet of music, the initial contract ran through July of 2025. We have received, as you note, notice from the agencies that they are exercising their right under the agreement to extend the contract for an additional 5-year term. It's not automatic, but they did give us notice, which triggers an extension under the agreement. So that said, as the county executive also noted, the contract includes a provision that allows for giving of notice to terminate the agreement it basically requires 12 months of notice, and then it would roll to the next July 1st. So I think under the circumstances, it would be more like 18 months to actually work through that process. But for the moment, technically, there's a concern that the contract is, without it being extended, the term of it is currently run. So there would be nothing that would stop, for example, the board from approving an extension to the contract, although it might send a message you all don't want to send. So I defer to you all on whether or not it's better for us to take a couple of weeks, bring it back to you all, and see what kind of progress we've made before you take action on on the item, but I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't be recommendation that we let it linger indefinitely, just because there isn't currently, sort of a clarity with respect to the status of the contract.
In that case, why don't we postpone it for another 2 weeks and see if we can come to an accommodation?
We can certainly, staff, take that.
Come back in another 2 weeks just for the
Well,
fun of it.
Well, I have a question. When's the next Samtrans meeting?
Pardon me?
When's the next Samtrans meeting?
December 4th.
Okay. In 2 weeks, I think we should, because Samtrans will probably have to talk about this in closed session. So we probably need to put it over a month, would be my guess.
We can do that as well.
So
Can I get
that's great.
clarity?
I totally support that. So
I'm okay with that too, but I want to hear a little bit more clearly what the impacts will be for service being provided at these sites for Samtrans.
Thank you,
I don't want
Supervisor.
there to be an unintended interruption of service.
No.
Right.
Okay.
I don't believe we're going to see that. I mean, we've been operating since July under the terms of the existing contract, and I
Right.
would assume that's what we would continue to do. December 9th would be a board meeting, I guess. I believe that's actually the last board meeting of the year. Maybe that would be an appropriate time for us to bring it back.
Okay.
I just have a budgetary question for you. So,
Sure.
Samtrans will pay us an amount up to $9,633,203. That seems pretty substantial. So they're paying us for the delivery of services, correct?
That's correct.
Have we ever? I mean, has it ever been competitive from other agencies, or has it just solely been the sheriff's office? 'Cause I would assume built into, and I was looking at the staff report, built in. There's 19 positions. Is that correct?
19, yes.
There's 19 positions. I'm okay with moving it for a month, but what I'd like to sort of understand, maybe through the county executive's office, why this contract and agreement is important. Because when you look at a number such as this, it's pretty substantial, and it would seem like it would advantage the county of San Mateo. Is that correct, or?
Well, I think that as the largest law enforcement agency in the county, we have the resources that other agencies don't have. What's a disadvantage to the county is the lack of an indemnification clause in there that really requires the county to absorb the liability that should rightfully belong to the contracting entity, in my opinion. And it's something I think that we have to look at in all our contracts for service, especially in high liability areas like law enforcement.
No, and I completely understand that. What I worry about is I don't want to put something like this agreement in any sort of jeopardy. I guess just because of the amount of dollars that we're receiving from Samtrans, but I understand the indemnity portion of it, what we're trying to do. I worry about the impact of not having those dollars.
Well, I think it's going to be entirely incumbent upon the Samtrans board to decide whether or not, and the Samtrans agency to decide whether or not they're going to indemnify the county. And the amount of liability that can extend to any lawsuit is significant. And so, but it's an issue that can be remedied with insurance. And if the Samtrans agency wants to go ahead and add this to their insurance, which they would have to do if they had their own law enforcement agency, then they can add that and then accept the indemnification clause.
Right, and President Campa, to your point, really it's a cost neutral contract. We don't make money off of this. In fact, I'd have to go back and see if we're actually fully recouping the cost of providing services. I would assume we are.
We are.
But this is not a moneymaker for us.
Then why provide the service?
I think we do it in cooperation, with this entity to provide a service to a provider that services our residents. As the largest law enforcement agency in the county, we're really the only ones that have the ability to do that. Ostensibly.
They provide service not only to San Mateo County, but to Santa Clara County and to San Francisco County on the transit line, right?
Right. For consistency purposes, the largest, probably the largest line or close to the largest line would be in San Mateo County. It was a contract negotiated by a sheriff many years ago.
Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so we'll go ahead and take public comment now on Zoom. I see one hand raised, so I can go ahead and make a final call at this time if you like, since we have one hand. Okay, this is a final call now for item number 7. Final call has been made, and our first and final hand will be Sabrina. Sabrina, please proceed.
I come to you as one of the people, Surrey jurors, who hold all political power. Apparently, the Sam's-Trans sheriff and their attorney is aware of the scurrilous ruling regarding immunity. Trump versus the United States, there is no immunity for unofficial acts. Lapse of time does not bar the Commonwealth. Going outside your ground of authority in a contract is known as the Constitution's are unofficial acts for which you have no immunity criminally or civilly. I send you this messages in the name of and peace and love of Jesus Christ, and that you provide immediate due care by necessity to those with all political power, the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. President.
All right, what is the pleasure of the board?
I'd like us to postpone it till December 9th with the understanding that the Samtrans board will have the opportunity to review and that the county will engage in conversation with them.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher is absent for the vote, and President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes to continue the item.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. President.
Item 8 is a Measure K. Adopt a resolution authorizing a one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $20,000 to the city of Foster City. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I am excited to bring this forward to the board. This item is, like has been stated, a Measure K, district discretionary Measure K grant in the amount of $2,000 to the city of Foster City for their emergency rent relief for Foster City residents. And here to speak on this item on behalf of the city of Foster City is Nori Jaba, Housing and Sustainability Manager. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I wanted to first thank you for your support in 2025. The program was incredibly successful. So it's the Emergency Rent Relief Program for below market rate unit tenants in Foster City. So I created this dashboard just to give you a quick summary of the success of the program. We helped 15 households. We awarded $30,000. Thank you for your support. And of those, the average award was $2,000, and we helped 8 seniors, 1 veteran, 1 person with a disability, and 5 families with minor children. And below are some of the rules for the program. The tenants can be in below market rate units that are very low income, and moderate income, but their income at the time of their application has to be very low. So it just gives you an idea of the pressure for meeting rent, because a lot of these people are in moderate units, which are much more expensive than the very low income units. So I wanted to show you our flyer that we produced for the first round of funding, and this was page 1, and people could apply online or in person. And then on the back had the eligibility criteria were clearly designated. We did have 35 applications, and a lot of people were not eligible, but they applied anyway. For 2026, our program goals are, if you approve the funding today, to help 6 households at least. The funding ranges from our lowest award this last round was just over $500 to $3,000, so the average is $2,000. And our city has made the commitment to propose funding in our budget for the next budget fiscal year so that we can provide this funding on an ongoing basis. This is subject to city council approval. But I wanted to just show you how important this program has been. When we first got the funding, I thought I would need a lot more time to go through the full funding. In fact, it was 3 months. The need is great. So I just want to thank you again for your support and hope that you approve us today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
All right, are there any member comments? Seeing none, do we have public comment?
I don't have any speaker cards from chamber, so at this time I'd like to ask those on Zoom to go ahead and raise your hand for item number 8 for City of Foster City. Seeing one hand raised, I'll ask for a final call at this time to raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, first and last speaker, Bruce, please proceed.
Yeah, all these little programs that you guys are creating and your tax authority, not good. Question is simple: by what authority does San Mateo grant a selective tax relief to a private developer? The people never delegated that power. The Constitution never delegated that power, and the city charter never created that power. Under the founders' model, any government action not expressly authorized is void, not voidable, but void from inception. Granting special tax favors is not governing. It is dispensing private privilege at public expense, which mirrors Norman-style authority, not American constitutional authority. In our system, the people are sovereign, not the administrative class. Taxation requires equal treatment, local consent, public purpose with a direct material return. Special relief for one project shifts public burden to private profit. A gift of public funds expressly prohibited under Article 16, Section 6 of the California Constitution. That alone invalidates the action, but deeper still, the power itself was never granted, therefore
Thank
the
you,
action carries no lawful force.
Okay,
Thank you.
that was your time. Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I would move to approve this request.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear,
Not voting.
Supervisor Corzo,
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller,
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
and President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, that brings us to item 9. Our next item is item 9, a Measure K grant not to exceed $10,112 to Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto for eviction defense legal services in District 2. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. This grant will support Community Legal Services East Palo Alto's housing program, which provides advice and legal representation to residents who may be at risk of homelessness in San Mateo County. CLESPA provides these services in English, Spanish, and other languages through translation services. This is crucial work that is needed now more than ever, and it's important we support in any way that we can. Katrina Logan, Executive Director of CLESPA, is joining via Zoom. And just to clarify, this grant is to Community Legal Services East Palo Alto, but will be focused on supporting District 2 residents. Thank you, and welcome, Katrina.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo, and good morning, supervisors and county staff. We would like to thank Supervisor Corzo and her office for supporting eviction defense legal services in District 2, and I just wanted to share a little bit about the impact of legal services on the residents of San Mateo County. I would have preferred for our housing team to share this information, but they're currently staffing the Mandatory Settlement Conference Clinic for the court's eviction calendar today, where there are 17 evictions taking place this week, which averages to about 50 to 60 per month. This is a courtroom where the majority of landlords are represented and the majority of tenants are unrepresented. And the volume of evictions has become the new normal, and it appears that the volume will continue to increase as economic uncertainty and the erosion of our social safety net continues to impact our working families the hardest. CLESPA's housing team uses our decades of experience in tenants' rights advocacy to fight for a world where everyone has housing security. We're rooted in East Palo Alto, and we serve working class tenants across San Mateo County and Mountain View. Our housing team employs a multi-pronged approach that incorporates direct legal services, community lawyering, and safety net support to build tenant power and keep low-income families in our community. An overwhelming majority of evictions in San Mateo County, about 80%, are based on non-payment of rent. Most of families being evicted are experiencing temporary job loss, unexpected expenses like medical bills or car repairs, high utility charges, or are tenants with disabilities or seniors who lived on fixed incomes that don't keep up with rising rents. Legal services support eviction prevention, promotes housing stability, and reduces homelessness. In 2024, our work impacted over 1,800 residents in San Mateo County, and we were able to negotiate over $500,000 in rent debt waivers. 80% of tenants who file a response in court can avoid a sheriff's lockout. When we can provide limited or full scope representation, in at least 50% of those cases, tenants are able to remain in their homes. And when we combine rental assistance with legal services, 88% of tenants avoided eviction for at least 1 year. And then finally, in 100% of cases where we can intervene, we are able to seal eviction records so that tenants have the ability to rent again. We encourage the Board of Supervisors to explore legislative and policy solutions, including expanding rental assistance, increasing housing subsidy programs, establish housing registries to track evictions and rent increases, boost code enforcement for safe, habitable housing, and strengthen local rent stabilization ordinances. Thank you again for your time and support for Eviction Defense Legal Services. San Mateo County has been a critical partner with Community Legal Services and with our longtime partner, Legal Aid Society of San Mateo County, over the years to ensure that tenants can access legal representation and rental assistance when they're facing eviction. Preventing evictions is key to preventing homelessness and ensuring housing stability in San Mateo County. Thank you so much.
All right, Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you, Katrina. Oh, go ahead.
This is to the county executive. We already contract with Community Legal Services in East Palo Alto, do we not?
We do, and I'm not sure what that amount is, but we can get that amount for you.
Katrina, do you happen to know?
Yeah, we currently have a contract with the county. I would have to look up the exact amount, but it is through the CDBG-CV funding, COVID funding. I believe it's for a little over $100,000, and it's a one-year contract.
I thought it was for much more, actually.
We have other contracts with the, Supervisor Spear. We do have other contracts with the county for immigration legal services. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I was focused on this in part because I've spent a lot of time on this issue, and my experience has been that legal aid, it comes into the process in a pretrial conference when there really isn't much you can do except make sure it doesn't get on the credit report for the tenant. And then the people that I talk to outside of the court chambers, you're right. I mean, many of them have been housed for long periods of time, now have lost their jobs or had other issues. But for the most part, they weren't in a situation to retain their housing. So I'm impressed to hear that 50% of them can stay in their home because that's what we have to do. And we've got an ordinance that we are working with the county attorney on to try and get the county alerted to the status of these tenants earlier in the process so we can negotiate rental subsidies or the like. So hopefully we can bring that to the board within the next few weeks. But I do think that we need to have a countywide approach to this, and I would like to see us spend Measure K money in that respect as opposed to just by certain districts.
Okay, Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you, and I appreciate those comments, Supervisor Spear. I agree. I would like to see us take more of a county-wide approach. I know this is something that we have supported like historically. I remember year one, while I was on the Board of Supervisors, we increased rental assistance to meet this need, but it is a complex problem. And while we figure out how to move forward with the county approach, I am respectfully requesting that our board approve this small grant. It is a small grant in comparison to the need, but it is one that my team and I found worthy of putting forward to the board through our very thorough District 2 discretionary grant process. And with that, did we do public comment?
We did.
We did, that's right. With that, I motion to approve this grant. Thank you.
We haven't done public
Not for
comment?
this one yet.
Okay. Not on this one. Okay, I think we might have one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, but we do have 4 hands raised in Zoom. So we'll start with Sabrina, and then we can take a final call, followed by Bruce. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Just to let you know that Article 6, Section 3 of the California Constitution says English is the common language of the people of the United States of America and the state of Constitution of California. The legislature and the officials of the state of California shall take all steps necessary to ensure that the role of English as a common language of the state of California and is preserved and enhanced. Any person who is a resident or doing business in the state of California shall have standing to sue the state of California to enforce this section and the court of record for the state of California. Now, this housing you are
through the president,
on
please speak
people
to the
that are
item,
not-
Sabrina.
I am. It is related to the aisle. You are going outside the grant of the authority. You are not benefiting the people, and you are putting all this information out there in multiple languages. And who is it really benefit? Going outside of the grant of authority in the contract known as the Constitution are unofficial acts, which you have no immunity, criminally or civilly, and that's in Trump versus United States.
Okay, and that was your time. We'll now go to Bruce, followed by X. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you. Who's really driving the evictions? Tonight we are lost. We're not just talking about eviction. We are talking about who is steering the system behind it. On paper, San Mateo says tenants have protections, just cause standards and fair process. In practice, we see a rising number of filings, policy shifts, and agenda items where organizations and NGOs appear at the center of the discussion. Groups that were never elected by the people, never sworn to the constitutional duty, and yet are shaping how fast and how hard families can be removed from their homes. Under our system, authority is supposed to come from the people through the Constitution into limited offices. It is not supposed to flow through private organizations, consultant networks, or advocacy groups sitting in the room and effectively co-writing the rules when ORGs are driving election policy, screening who gets help, who doesn't, or influencing what just cause means in practice. That is not section
Thank you
local
for your comment. Can you please
constitutional
cut the
That was your
mic
time.
off at 1 minute? So I'm currently chairing this meeting now, and so I want to remind public speakers, we respect your First Amendment rights. We are happy to hear your public comments if they are related to the agenda item. If they are not, I will be asking the clerk to please cut the mic off and move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We'll now go to, actually, let me now make a final call to raise your hand on this item. Okay, our last 2 speakers will be X and Fix in San Mateo County. X, please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you. Since the passage of Measure K, I've seen the funding request brought before this board multiple times, and I have not added up the number of the instances, but it seems to be predominantly brought up by one person and used in the southern part of the county. Supervisor Spears rightfully says that it should be based more cohesively and throughout the county evenly. That's great, and she always votes no, but you need to do more. You need to step it up now because the money just keeps on going out the door. And as far as evictions, you're not adding up the costs to landlords. Many of them, mom and pop, that are struggling with insurance tripling this year. Who pays their mortgage when they default because a tenant stays there 1 year rent free because they have legal counsel postponing their eviction? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now go to our last speaker, Fix in San Mateo County. Please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Nancy Goodban from Redwood City, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not Fixin' San Mateo County, which is the name of my Zoom. But I do support this. Thank you so much, Supervisor Corzo, for bringing it up. I know it's a small grant, but it can make a huge difference in one family's life and two families' life in preventing the kind of disruption that can occur and does occur to the entire family when there is an eviction. So I strongly support it, and thank you all.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
All right, Supervisor Corzo.
I will move to approve this item.
Second.
I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear?
Not voting.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, item 10, Measure K, adopt a resolution authorizing a one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $51,224.01 to the city of San Mateo for emergency management concepts training. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I'm really excited about this item. I don't have a speaker from the city of San Mateo, from the impacted cities. They are all very busy. So I will be sharing the context here. This item is a request for approval for a Measure K agreement with the city of San Mateo to provide an immersive emergency preparedness training to staff at the city of San Mateo, city of Foster City, and city of Belmont, along with the San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department. The city of San Mateo will be working with the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services to host this training for 35 or more incident command center staff. The EMC course will allow staff to learn essential emergency management concepts, enhance their practical skills to effectively work in emergency operations centers. Participants will be given a specific role in the EOC and engage in hands-on learning through exercises and functional simulations, equipping them with the skills and strategies needed to seamlessly activate and commence operating an emergency operations center. This is exactly the kind of program that aligns with our D2 priority of supporting disaster preparedness in District 2. And we are excited to support this and increase emergency preparedness right now before an emergency, and we're proud to be moving it forward to the board today. Thank you.
All right, any comments? See no comments, any public comment?
I didn't receive any speaker slips from chambers, so I'll ask those on Zoom to please go ahead and click your raise hand feature now to comment. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Second? Roll call, please.
And I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear?
Not voting.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
It brings us to item 11, procurement of quarterly reports presentation for the reporting period of July 1st to September 30th, 2025, quarter one. Mr. Mankia.
Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors, County Executive Office, and County Attorneys. I'm just waiting for my slides to pop up on the screen for you. So back in May, I'm Jazz Zandar, the County Director of County Procurement. Back in May, the board approved a resolution requiring a quarterly report to be submitted for all county purchases of goods over $100,000 and all non-competitive county purchases of goods and services in the quarter preceding over $10,000. And just to give a little bit of context to that, procurement reviews and approves and purchases goods over $10,000, the procurement department, and departments on their own procure their services for any dollar amount, be it informal or formal. And then today I will be presenting the findings of those reports. A detailed memo was given to you of all of these. So we had 5 vendor agreements for goods over $100,000, 5 purchase orders for goods over $100,000, 6 non-competitive purchases of goods with waivers, 58 non-competitive service contracts with waivers, and 11 non-competitive service contracts without waivers. The county currently has in place an admin memo B1, which provides policy and procedure to departments for contracting requirements and solicitation requirements. Based on the report, we did find that generally the departments do follow the policy. And we received two types of waivers. One was the waiver of competitive solicitation requirements, and the other was a waiver to single or sole source. These were the instances that we saw that required improvement. So, of course, the first is contracts that were executed without a waiver. We did reach out to all the departments who executed contracts without waivers, and there was an understanding from department heads that in the future, all of those contracts would require waivers to be approved by procurement. If it's below $200,000, we provide a recommendation if it's over $200,000 for service contracts, and of course, the board has the final authority to approve those. We also need to provide more education around proprietary language. We did see a lot of service waivers where departments felt that contracts that were proprietary were deserving of waivers. So a lot of service contractors will say that their own materials and their own services are proprietary, but that does not mean that there aren't other service contract providers that offer the same service and also call their own materials and their own services proprietary. We also do understand that we need stronger enforcement of single and sole source and provide departments education on what that truly means. I did want to mention that the admin memo was just updated as of July 1st. So we understand that we also need to get out there and provide more education on and training to departments on the changes of the procurement policies and procedures. And then the last finding that we feel that we need to work on is educating departments on planning for upcoming expiring contracts. So planning ahead on either doing solicitations as needed ahead of time or extending contracts so there's no lapse in service. So what are we doing to help departments adhere to the procurement policies? As I've mentioned, we're doing direct consultation with departments and conversation and trainings. We're going to be providing additional procurement trainings. We've scheduled 3 procurement academies, which are 3-day in-depth, in-person trainings for departments of the beginning to end process for procurement, so solicitation all the way to contract management. And then we also have 4 trainings scheduled in 2026 around the admin memo B1. And then lastly, we definitely understand the requirement for competitive solicitations. As I mentioned, we just updated the B1 on July 1st, 2025, but we do see gaps in the B1 that allow for departments to waive competitive solicitations called grounds for waivers. So as a department, we're reviewing those grounds for waivers, redlining the B1, and then making a recommendation to the county executive's office of items that we should remove from the B1s to require competitive solicitations. The B1 will be reviewed and approved by the county executive's office and the county attorney's office, and hopefully we will have it in place by July 2026. I'm happy to take questions.
And if I may add, thank you, Jazz. I can tell this board that the waivers are going to come to a screeching halt, and it's something that I'm certainly committed to, and I know Jazz is, and we work with our department heads. The sole source solicitations will also be coming way down after the requisite training, and after we have an opportunity to look further at some of the contracts that are being executed and how we might be changing some of the procedures in regard to those. But this, was an eye-opener, and I think it was great that we report back to the board in full transparency to see for the public what's going on. And it's something that certainly we're committed to getting better at.
Mr. President, I just wanted to add one more thing. I had a couple of deputies who attended the Procurement Academy training, and they came back as, I just think, evangelists for all the information they learned. They said it was just fantastic training. I have 8 or 9 of my deputies have asked for authority to attend the next round of training. So I haven't gone myself. I think I will. I just wanted to note that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jazz, I just want to compliment you for the work you've already put into this. I think it's incredibly important that we rein in the sole source contracting and that we're just much more thoughtful about the kinds of contracts that are eligible for waivers. So I'm delighted to hear the county executive has seen this as an opportunity to clean up our act a little bit. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Corzo.
I would just, I know you said this already, but would you mind summarizing one more time the main reasons for waiving the competitive process that you saw through this collection of information?
So we had 14 single or sole source waivers. The report that was provided to you, off the top of my head, there was one for a fire alerting system at one of our new fire stations, which was a single source, so we could align it with all the rest of the fire stations within the county. So we did find many of them were feasible and we should be approving them. There were other instances that, as I mentioned, there are some gaps in our admin memo B1 that we'll be working with the county executive's office to correct. But we do have things like training waivers or databases that we have in place, subscriptions to memberships, just various reasons that departments are able to waive the solicitation process. That it's been a while since we've re-looked at it, and as Mr. Callaghy mentioned, this was a good opportunity for us to see where the gaps are. It was a good report, and the research was definitely needed, so we'll be going back to make those changes.
Thank you.
All right. Other Supervisor Mueller.
I just want to say I'm also grateful for the report. My first 2 years on the board, I was pretty tough when those competitive contracts came in front of this board. We're not seeing them as much, but I guess they're taking place where we can't see them. So I really very much appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jazz. Do we have any public comment?
I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so at this time I'd like to ask those on Zoom to click raise hand to make a comment. And no hands raised, Mr. President.
Great. My understanding is that this is a quarterly report, and just really want to thank you, Jazz, for being before us today, okay?
Thank you.
Mr. President, unlike some of the other reports we've looked at today, this one actually requires acceptance by the board. It's
Can I
so
get a
I
motion to
actually do
accept?
need a motion.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, colleagues, we have 2 more items. Is it okay if we move forward, or is that okay? Good.
I'd actually like to introduce the next item, but I've been drinking a lot of water, so I
Okay.
would love a 5-minute bathroom break.
Okay, 5-minute bathroom break. Okay, with that, we'll take a break, and we'll be back in, how about 10 minutes? 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank
Time
you.
is now 12:23 p.m. and the board is in recess. Mr. President, we could start in about 30 seconds. And the time is now 12:30 p.m., Mr. President. With all supervisors present, you may proceed.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now move to item 12, which is the introduction of an ordinance and the waiving of the reading of the ordinance in its entirety related to immigration enforcement in the county, that is sponsored by Supervisor Corzo and Mueller. Specifically, they are introducing an ordinance to restrict access to county-owned or controlled property and to require reporting on immigration enforcement activities and regulate law enforcement identification and use of face masks. Will Supervisor Mueller or Supervisor Corzo first speak to this item?
I will be speaking first. Thank you, President Canepa. I'm proud to co-sponsor this ordinance and bring it forward with Supervisor Mueller. We have been working on this item for several months, but the recent threat of mass federal immigration actions in our county reinforced the very real danger, not just to our immigrant community, but to all of the people who live, work, and go to school in San Mateo County. The current climate has required strengthening and clarifying the county's stance on not using county resources to support immigration actions in our county. We worked closely with immigrant rights advocates to respond to the need in the community and to incorporate best practices from other counties that have enacted similar ordinances. I want to specifically thank the San Mateo County Coalition for Immigrant Rights for their expertise and partnership, and we will hear from them in a moment. I also want to thank both Sheriff Binder and our probation officer, Chief Keene, who have reviewed the ordinance and are in support of implementing these updates. This ordinance is a powerful and needed step forward in protecting every person in our county and setting a new standard for transparency and trust. By passing this ordinance today, we are sending a clear and unwavering message that San Mateo County stands strongly with our immigrant community and that we are ready to protect and support every member of our community. I also want to take a moment to speak to the importance of all of our local jurisdictions respecting First Amendment rights and the rights of our community to protest peacefully, and want to remind us that truly protecting First Amendment rights includes the right of folks to peacefully protest. And we have to remember to be as strict with respecting the First Amendment, as strict as we are when we hear demeaning language come through our public comment process. Our residents also have a right to be passionate and speak up and show up to protect their neighbors. And so I will now pass it on to my co-sponsor, Supervisor Mueller, to share a few words. Thank you.
So it is late in the morning, and I'm grateful to all the residents and stakeholders who sent in emails in support of this ordinance. This proposal increases transparency. It reinforces accountability and ensures that all residents feel safe accessing county services. By establishing clear reporting requirements, candidly, that are really important to this board to make public policy decisions so that we understand the data of what's taking place. And it allows us to protect the public. And it also allows us, this ordinance also allows us to protect the public from confusion caused by unidentified law enforcement personnel. We're enhancing safety and we're building community trust. And I want to thank Supervisor Corzo for allowing me to work with her office on this ordinance. And I see our new sheriff in the back. Thank you. Just very quickly getting up to speed on this ordinance and supporting it. And I want to thank all the community stakeholders for their valued input in putting it together, and to County Council's office. Rebecca, thank you. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass on to my colleagues.
Okay, are there any comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this ordinance. I think all of us are deeply scarred by the lawlessness that we see going on around this country right now. And I was so impressed by the articulate emails that we have received from so many constituents that were beautifully written and speak to that recognition that we're just a step away from having it happen here. And we need to do everything we can to support our residents. And I would also say that having watched what was going on in Charlotte, North Carolina last night, and the community coming together was so heartening. But one of the things that they were providing was a card, not unlike the red cards that we use already, but a card that would explain what you should do if you're being detained. And I would think that might be something we would want to have on the ready if the effort is undertaken to bring these thugs to San Mateo County. But I do think that there's reason to get prepared, and I think this does that. And I think requiring our deputy sheriffs to not be masked and to be identified as deputy sheriffs is important, and this particular ordinance will do that. So I too will support this.
Thank you. I too look forward to supporting. I know that there has been a lot going on in our communities. I do just have a couple of questions on how we're going to do the training. How will departments be trained to recognize when an interaction must be reported?
Can I just jump in here really quickly? We actually are going to have folks from SIMSR share a presentation. So
maybe we should have done that first
Yes.
before we started making comments.
Can we have the presentation?
Yes. So Rita Mancera, Executive Director of Puente, is here representing the coalition, as well as Kimberly Wu, who is an organizer with Siren.
The Executive Director of Puente, and I believe we have some slides to show. And while the slides come up, I just want to share this information has been prepared in partnership with a lot of organizations and with strong leadership from Siren specifically. On Monday, August 25th, Aleida Rodriguez, a 47-year-old mother of 3 and an East Palo Alto resident, was simply carpooling to work with her husband and cousin when they were suddenly ambushed by masked men and unmarked vehicles, dressed in military-style gear and carrying weapons. The agents never identified themselves, never showed a warrant, and gave no explanation. Aleida was violently pinned down, injured, and lost consciousness. She was shoved into an unmarked vehicle and driven around for over an hour before being finally brought to Stanford Medical Center. This is why we are standing before you today, to uplift the importance of amending our current ordinance to strengthen our immigrant protections. Can you go to the next slide, please? Oh, we can do this ourselves? Okay. Thank you. The San Mateo County Coalition for Immigrants' Rights is a collaborative of civil rights, legal, faith, and community groups dedicated to immigrant justice in San Mateo County. Community organizers and nonprofits originally formed SMCBS, as we call it, to stop law enforcement from turning our neighbors over to ICE. And you were able to see the different organizations that were part of this coalition. San Mateo's county current ordinance prevents using county resources, personnel, and property to cooperate with ICE and other immigration authorities, and you will hear next a whole presentation on the ordinance. Like Supervisor Spitzer was saying, we've all been seeing on the news. Since June 6, 2025, more than 7,100 people have been arrested in LA County based on their race and on the false and harmful belief that they do not belong in this country. On October 23, 2025, the president threatened to deploy the National Guard to the Bay Area, sending more than 100 federal agents to the coastal base in Alameda, inciting a lot of fear. And while these federal immigration operations were ultimately called off in our region, there has been no official confirmation if the agents have left. You're probably familiar with the numbers from Faith in Action. More than 45 people in our San Mateo County neighbors have been detained by ICE in September and October. And the federal government has been investing a lot of money, $170 billion, to support these efforts. But we also hear on the ground, on the coast, there was a family, a husband that went to his immigration appointment and never came back home. He was the breadwinner of the family, so now we have a single mother taking care of 3 children. We're also seeing that families are afraid to go out. I've heard from people missing health appointments, to people not visiting their sick mother at a hospital, avoiding going to the grocery store, or in the time of dropping off college students on their first year, sending other people with U.S. residency or U.S. citizenship to go with them. The community is not trusting the justice system. They speak about the collateral of being at the wrong place at the wrong time and being detained, or like this particular family from Half Moon Bay, going to his appointment and not coming back. Parents are worried about what the choices they have if they get detained and what will happen to their children if they get separated. Because of all the uncertainty, there has been so many rumors about ICE presence, but as you can see for the numbers, only a few have been confirmed. Our county has a strong ordinance to make sure that our county resources, time, and property are not used to collaborate with federal immigration agents for these destructive kidnappings. And we need to strengthen the ordinance to make clear that our county property cannot be used to help ICE continue to rise in our community. We also need data to show how ICE is attempting to attack our community. And we greatly appreciate Supervisor Corser and Supervisor Miller for your brave local leadership and solidarity with all our communities. We must use every resource that we can to protect all our residents in San Mateo County. No help to ICE race logistics, no help for traffic control to support their operations, no officers concealing their identities. Yes to protecting all our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I believe we also have a presentation through the County Attorney's Office. Rebecca Archer is here to share that with us.
Good afternoon, I guess it is, Supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Ms. Rodriguez, and Mr. Niblin. I just wanted to walk you through the ordinance just so that you understood what the supervisors intended and how we worked on this. So if you just, next screen is the summary. This basically, I'm sorry, I'm Rebecca Archer, Chief Deputy County Attorney. I know most of you know me, but for the record. If you could go to the next slide, please. Right here in the summary, the ordinance, it amends the ordinance restricting the county's cooperation with federal immigration enforcement by adding clarifications and additional protections. Next slide. So what are the clarifications? As you know, Rita said before me, it's to clarify that federal immigration authorities are not allowed to, it includes not allowing to use the firing range at Coyote Point, no use of county resources for staging or an operational base for enforcement, and no use of county resources for controlling traffic to assist in immigration enforcement actions. Those were likely already encompassed in the ordinance, but it's just to clarify and make very clear that those are areas that we are not going to be assisting with. Next one. New reporting requirements. As was already mentioned, the sheriff and chief probation officer will be reporting quarterly to the board about interactions with federal immigration enforcement, including any detention requests, and that those reports are going to be posted to their website, so it'll be available to the public. The departments are to report interactions with federal immigration enforcement to the CEO within 24 hours of the interaction, and the CEO will sort of gather that information and report on a quarterly basis. And to supervisors, I think where Supervisor Gauchier was going, those we've already sort of started the base of that in terms of how explaining to departments how they should interact with federal immigration enforcement authorities, to consult with their supervisors, consult with county council, and so this will just be sort of building on all of that. And then for county parks to report sightings of federal immigration authorities to the extent that they're identifiable within 24 hours of sighting. Next slide. It also adds additional policy requirements consistent with state law to prohibit the use of facial coverings by law enforcement with narrow exceptions. And it really basically directs the sheriff to formulate a policy with the terms of the ordinance in mind. It affirms the need for transparency, restricts the situations in which personnel do not wear visible identification, restricts the use of facial coverings, and incorporates the principle. And I think this is most important here, that generalized, undifferentiated fear and apprehension about officer safety shall not be sufficient to justify the use of facial coverings. So there actually has to be a logical reason why any officer would need a facial covering, that it has to fit in within the exceptions that will be developed under both the state and our local ordinance. And the last slide. The last slide is just some technical points just to harmonize our ordinance with other laws and allow for to sever any section that is otherwise deemed unenforceable or illegal. And that is it. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's go ahead and open it up for any other questions. Actually, let me just add one thing. I want to name that this ordinance does not cover every single situation, but it is something that we felt was important to bring forward right now because it has been a lot of unpredictability around what is or isn't happening. But to my awareness, ICE is still in the Bay Area, and I received confirmation from an Alameda County supervisor that they are actually still, they are now conducting knock-in talks specifically targeted to the Afghan community in Alameda County and pressuring them to self-deport. And so this is something that we need to do, consider as soon as possible. But this, I would say, is the floor, and it doesn't cover everything. And so I'm hoping that as more situations arise and we learn about how we can further strengthen this support and protection of our county residents, that we consider continuing to do that. Thank you.
Great. Are there any additional questions? Supervisor Gaucher?
No, I just want to thank you for bringing this item forward. It was just recently on the news that an individual was picked up who was actually a resident, but he was held because of ICE. ICE is just not respecting anyone at this point. So this is very timely, and I would just like to say that I will be meeting with Congressman Mullins this afternoon. We will be meeting with some of the nonprofits to just talk about what are some of the policies, what can families do to have a plan should something happen. These communities are just being impacted and nearly terrorized. So looking forward today at 5 o'clock to be having a larger conversation on this very topic as well.
Great. I just want to thank Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Corzo, as well as the community partners and as well as the law enforcement community. Rebecca, I have a quick question for you. My understanding is that there's state legislation on the mass. How is this different? Senator Wiener and I think the governor chaptered legislation around the mass. Are we doing something different, or are we in?
Well, it's not that different. It was actually modeled on that legislation, but the idea is that we are going to sort of implement their law and also really take control over how the sheriff develops policies regarding masking of sheriff's deputies.
Great, and I know one of the concerns to date, have we had anyone from ICE within our facilities? I know at the time I sit on the hospital board that there was some concern that what would happen in the emergency room if ICE was there, and I know there's different protocols established, but have we had anyone in our facilities from ICE to date that we know of? I know
I'm personally not aware, but I would actually have to turn to other folks to answer that question.
I just have to echo that I'm not aware. I'd have to, again, defer probably to, I see the sheriff in the back. Maybe Mr. Ely would have a notion, but I'm not aware of that happening.
Well, regardless, I think it's, I think it's really sound policy. I think it reflects the values of San Mateo County. I mean, obviously inclusion. And so I just really want to thank on multiple levels. I want to thank you, Rebecca, as well as John and others. It's good to see how it collaboratively and collectively work together. So I think you should be commended, all of you, for your wonderful work. And so with that, we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did receive many written comments, and all were in support of this item. And so now I will ask for the speakers that are in chambers, and then we'll go to Zoom. So we have two speakers, Chloe Dillon, followed by Bill Newell.
All right. Good afternoon. I'd like to introduce myself. I think this is the first time that I'm actually meeting you all. My name is Chloe Dillon, and I am the head of Criminal Immigration Defense at the Private Defender Program with the San Mateo County Bar Association. And here with me today is Lisa McGuire, who is the chief defender at the Private Defender Program. Lisa submitted earlier a written comment in support of this ordinance, and PDP stands strongly in favor of this ordinance. I just want to thank the supervisors for introducing this ordinance. I agree that I think that it is very timely. Some of the things that you've seen happening is that there was an arrest by ICE in plain clothes or otherwise disguised in an Oakland courthouse in Alameda County just within the last 2 months. That adds to a number of, I think, approximately like 22 arrests in courthouse, which, yes, those are in violation of both California law and longstanding constitutional rights and other common law. And so I think that this is a very timely ordinance to address that behavior. And thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Bill Newell.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo and Mueller, for helping to make our families, for protecting our families together and our communities safer. I fully support your amendments to the ordinance to respond and protect our community from excessive force from unidentified officials. My question is, who will serve and protect us when our people are shot in the face with pepper spray and tear gas canisters? Who will protect us when our car windows are smashed, when we're pulled for cars and thrown to the ground, when parents walking their children to school are taken away, when our schools, our businesses are trespassed without a judicial warrant and children are zip-tied, when our cars are stolen with children inside, when our citizens are kidnapped with no rule of law? Who will protect us? Who will account for us? Will we be silent witnesses? Capitulation with ICE is cooperation with ICE. Thank you. I'd also quickly note in today's paper, federal government has a lawsuit pending about not having to wear masks or identify themselves.
Thank you.
It's pending right now. Read in the paper today.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll now turn to comments on Zoom, Mr. President. We do have 4 hands raised, and I can take a final call at your cue. We'll go to Sabrina, and then we'll go to Bruce. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come to you as one of the people, Surrey Jews, who hold all political power. Thank you for recognizing the people's God-given right of free speech, although you have repeatedly violated it. As a reminder, the main object of government is the protection and preservation of personal rights, private property, and public liberties, and upholding the law of God. Who granted these agencies the authority to regulate the people? Are you aware of Loper Bright versus Raimondo? Is the SCOTUS ruling that put a tombstone on Chevron deference, which makes agencies' ability to create laws and make these ordinances bans null and void? Trump versus United States says no immunity for unofficial acts. The lapse of time does not bar Commonwealth. Going outside your bound grant of authority in the contracts known as the Constitution are the unofficial acts for which you have no immunity, criminally or civilly. You are passing these ordinances over Constitution with the full knowledge and malice and intent that these are violations of the people's rights and will be held accountable for these actions. It is reprehensible to call federal law enforcement agents thugs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we have 3 hands raised. Would you like a final
Last call.
Last call, please, to raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, our last 3 speakers, Bruce, Karen Grove, and X. Bruce, please proceed.
Thank you. The most dangerous part of this ordinance is not the refusal to help ICE, it's the parallel government forming around it. When taxpayer dollars flow into private NGOs to shape policy, influence enforcement, and insert themselves between government and the people, we are no longer operating under constitutional self-government. We are watching the rise of a substitute authority, unelected, unaccountable, and permanent. These organizations do not take an oath, do not answer to the electorate, and cannot be removed at the ballot box. That is not the Saxon model the founders restored. That is administrative shadow governance. When the NGO layer becomes the operational arm of the public policy, the people are no longer in charge. Someone else is writing the rules. Constitution is clear. No public authority exists unless people delegated it. NGOs did not receive delegation. They received funding, influence, and access, but no lawful authority. Yet in San Mateo, they are now embedded in critical areas: eviction response, immigrants,
Thank you.
law enforcement relationships, and community
Thank you.
notification. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Karen Grove, please unmute and begin.
Hello, I'm Karen Grove. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. And I sent in a letter. It was fairly boilerplate. And today I just want to speak from my heart. My parents are Holocaust survivors. They started a foundation to support people like them. I just stepped away from the table with the staff of that foundation to make this comment. And I just want to say how proud and gratified and pleased I am, and grateful to all the community groups and community members who have advocated for this strengthening of the policy that we already had. And so I'm just saying thank you. I urge you to approve the strengthening amendments. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Karen. We'll now go to our last speaker, X. Please unmute and begin.
Yes, in December, a supervisor sent me the May 2023 article that documented that he was essentially called a racist by another supervisor for wanting a carve out for murderers and rapists. I assume he sent it to me because he wanted constituents to know that he cared about public safety, but apparently not anymore. Two recent examples from California that show the consequences when dangerous individuals here illegally are not removed. The 13-year-old Mario Aquino was killed by his soccer coach and illegal with pending sexual assault charges involving other children, who was released without ICE being notified. And 6-year-old Mia Gonzalez, who was strangled with a belt for several minutes by her aunt's boyfriend after she caught him stealing, a crime he had committed multiple times but was still released. These children should be alive today. Supervisor Spears has long been a champion of Congress for women and children. So I ask, how many deaths are acceptable? I am disappointed that today she called federal agents thugs for carrying out their lawful duties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Right, Supervisor Corzo or Muleo?
Thank you. I'm really grateful to hear that our board is supporting this new ordinance, and I want to clarify that this ordinance is different than the one that we previously passed in 2023. We are all the people here. Every single person present, immigrants, women, we all make up the people. And this board was elected by the people of this county, and we are accountable to our residents. And it is a fact that a significant majority of our voters and residents in this county oppose the unlawful actions of ICE across our country. Local laws have power. This is a local ordinance and will be respected as law in our county. I will close by saying that the dignity of all of our residents matters to us. And actually what the bulk of this, these changes and the ordinance that we're introducing does is empower us with information, empower us with the ability to know who is in our community, enforcing actions that are actually going to harm this community. And I recognize that, a couple of years ago, we had a different conversation. But to me, that speaks to the recognition that we were at a different time in history 2-3 years ago. We are meeting the moment right now. And I will wrap up by saying that I'll say it now, and I will say it as many times as I need to. We care about survivors of crime here. In fact, we as a county are working to bring a family justice center to this county to do just that, to support survivors of crime. Perpetrators of crime are not just immigrants. In fact, data shows time and time again that the immigrant community is statistically less likely to engage in crime. And so we know that survivors are worthy of being supported and that justice should be available to everyone equally. And I want to clarify that passing this ordinance does not support perpetrators of crime. It supports all of the residents of this county. And I'm grateful to hear that this entire board stands behind that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and speak to it. So I believe that this ordinance is consistent with the position I took on prior actions. Now is not the time to revisit the original ordinance. And I appreciate, if you look at this ordinance, we didn't. Supervisor Corzo and I worked very hard to find common ground and pass an ordinance which really speaks to the 99.999% of those residents who are living in our county undocumented, who we all agree, I believe on this board, deserve to be living in peace as members of our community who are loved and respected and cherished. And so that's what we're working on today. That's the message that we're sending to our undocumented community and to all of the other residents in our county, that there is a way that we will act towards them as a county to protect their dignity. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. All right. I'm happy to introduce the final item. Item 13 is a resolution encouraging private employers in San Mateo County to recognize loneliness as a public health issue and develop strategies to combat loneliness in the workplace. I'm just honored to stand before you today to sponsor a resolution that addresses an issue affecting workers across our county, and this is loneliness in the workplace. The County of San Mateo declared loneliness as a public health emergency in January of 2024, and since then we have focused on the work to combat loneliness locally. And as a county at the heart of innovation and economic growth, we have an opportunity and responsibility to not only focus on the bottom line, but also on the well-being of our workforce. That means recognizing that a socially connected, supported employees is a more engaged, motivated, and productive employee. So with me today, colleagues, I have from Peninsula Family Service, a partner that the county has worked with on social isolation and other issues, and that's CEO Heather Cleary. Afternoon, Heather.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for having me. As you know, and as Supervisor Canepa just mentioned, San Mateo County made national history in January of 2024 by declaring loneliness a public health emergency. And now, once again, you are all leading, this time by encouraging employers who sit at the heart of our economy and of Silicon Valley to develop strategies that address loneliness in the workplace. Employers shape the daily lives and well-being of their workforce, and many have the resources to actively support their staff. Yet across all sectors, employees are reporting growing feelings of loneliness and disconnection. And when workers feel isolated, it impacts everything. Job satisfaction declines, productivity drops, and turnover rises. Conversely, employers who invest in social connection initiatives, such as team building, mental health supports, inclusive work environments, and opportunities for meaningful in-person interaction, do see improvements in morale, engagement, and retention. And at Peninsula Family Service, we develop, fund, and implement workplace strategies that strengthen connection, inclusion, and employee well-being. And I can tell you, as the CEO of a large employer with over 150 employees, that connection works. When people feel a sense of belonging and trust within their team, they thrive. Connection not only improves individual health, it reduces workplace conflict and increases cooperation. Today, I encourage employers to rethink how they support their employees. Be intentional about creating meaningful connections in group settings, such as new hire orientations, all staff meetings, or other gatherings. And I invite San Mateo County to build that same intentionality around not only its staff, but its commissions, its task force, and its regular convenings of community members. Increasing social connections strengthens both health and community. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for your leadership on this issue, and thank you to the entire board for supporting and funding this critical work.
Thank you so much. Comments? Any comments before we take public comment? Okay. Do we have any public comment? Thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so now I'll ask those on Zoom to please raise your hand for item 13. We do have a couple of hands raised, so I'll now ask for a final call to raise hands for this item.
Great.
Okay, we'll take our final two speakers, Sabrina and Bruce. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Again, government has created a problem and they're coming up with a solution. I come to you as one of the people, Surrogers, who hold all political power. You're making more regulations. You made regulations on training for DEI, LGBTQ, all sorts of agendas that are not within the Constitution, and required government agencies and even private industries to enforce these trainings. Everyone is afraid to talk to each other. They're afraid they're going to say something wrong and get fired. They're afraid they're going to get canceled. They can't put anything on social media. And the government has perpetuated this. So do you really need another implementation of the government intruding on people's rights and defining them as lonely? Are you going to be prescribing medications? Are you going to be locking them up? And are you going to be like Canada eventually later on and offer assisted suicide? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Thank you for the microphone. Let's be clear. Loneliness is real, but today's ordinance isn't about public health. It's about public power. When the county declares a loneliness crisis and immediately funnels taxpayer money into a single NGO to run counseling, transportation outreach, policy messaging, that's not compassion. That's outsourcing government. The people elected supervisors, not Peninsula Family Service. The people delegated authority to public officers, not private organizations operating on grant cycles or donor boards or unaccountable agendas. This is the exact pattern we've been exposing: a slow administrative replacement of local government by NGO networks that no voter can remove. The county keeps the title, the NGO gets the power, sets the programs, controls the services, manages the data, and writes the narrative, all with public money but without public oversight. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I'll move approval of the resolution.
I'll take the roll call.
Please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, through the county attorney, we're not reporting out, are we?
Nothing to report out. Thank you.
All right, with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is now 1:10 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned to closed session.